Should be live on our YouTube channels. Give me 1 second. I'll get the TikTok loaded up. Okay, now we should be live everywhere. Let me load it up on my phone here to make sure. All right, I think we're ready to rock and roll. I gotta do one other thing before I forget. I need to double check my virtual camera, make sure it's still working, and it is working. All right, we're good to go. I rigged up a new virtual camera system for Video Ninja. I can explain deeper later. Anyone who is trying to stream on a Mac, I had to make a little bit of a workaround for something, but I think we're a-okay now. But friends, thank you so much for being here. Is the TikTok feed for you guys really grainy and blurry? On my phone it's blurry, but I don't know if it's my phone or if it's a TikTok feed. Let me know. I'll be interested to find out, because if it's something happening with TikTok, now's a good time to fix it at the beginning of the stream. Oh, it's cleared up. It was just buffering. We should be good. Fantastic. Hey, welcome in, friends. You know, I wasn't planning on going live tonight, but I was like, fuck, well, I'm not going to be live on AXP. I'm not going to be live on the line, and I'm kind of like, hey, like, I got the itch. You know what I mean? So, I mean, here we are. Gonna do what we can. Gary, thank you so much for the 2 26-hour super chats. Happy 2026. I see what you did there. The year of the Lucid Gravity. Go Bills. Yeah, I think Lucid's going to be releasing some over-the-air updates shortly for some of their bad programming. But maybe, Gary, maybe. Listen, a man can dream. You know what I mean? I still don't know if I could ever actually, whether I had the money or not, commit myself to buying a vehicle that was that expensive, just because it seems like such a waste of money. But as an electrical engineer, it's hard to not love the idea. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. Helping Mega Deconstruct, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, are we getting a hat trick of streams? Indeed. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. That's what's happening. Can't wait to see what the rocks are cooking tonight. Rock hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, and Horrors Rule. Well, big W helping make it deconstruct. I appreciate you being here, friend. And Luke, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, diamonds cannot match the level of hardness that I am for Doug. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. They say Jesus was hung, but was he hard? Doubtful. Doubtful. Side, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, hello, family. Thanks for allowing me to be part of this amazing community. Well, listen, that's what we're really after here. I mean, the show is fun, but we really want to build a community. So, friends, if you're not already in the Discord, now's a good time to plug the Discord. Join up on the Discord. There's lots of people that are probably live right now as I'm speaking in the Discord that are chatting it up. And it's a good place to be. That being said, I need to pull open the Discord before I forget, so I can see the communication with the moderators. I forgot to do that on my last live stream. If something important happened, I apologize. I didn't actually see it because I forgot to open up my mod chat. 1 second. Now the mod chat is open. I'm sorry. I'm basically out of monitor space. That's kind of the problem I'm running into right now. I have so many applications open and running. I really just don't have space for them on my screen, and it's pretty wild. But you know, it is what it is. You know, you do what you can. So we'll work through it. Worst problems have come up. Swank, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, thank you for what you do, Justin. Well, Swank, I really appreciate you supporting the stream. The stream really can only exist because of friends in the community that make it possible, that are supporting the stream. So big W for making it happen, Swanky. And Boogit, thank you for the super chat. It says, what are the white and blue red books in the blue box? Oh, those are good. So this is the English edition of the Librorum Prohibitorum, which means these were the books that were banned by the Catholic Church. The English title is The Bibliography of Prohibited Books. There are 3 volumes of works that the Catholic Church said if you have these works in your possession, you could be excommunicated or executed. Crazy. Fucking crazy. Yeah, the religion is an unbelievable situation, what they did in medieval Europe. Good question, though. And Narcissa, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Big W says, Whores rule. My new camera, XM5, has a dial setting for vlog. What a waste. Very wet for Doug. Listen, I've never used a vlogging camera. I'm not sure I would even know what to do with it. I feel like the thing that you need as a vlogger is just your phone. Like the camera in your phone is fucking phenomenal these days. If you have a phone, you don't need a vlogging camera. Now, I've got a pretty expensive camera I do for this live stream, but it's a single dedicated use. It's just to do this live stream. In fact, I finally got it configured so that I'm using it for vertical and the horizontal. I've just got it zoomed out on the horizontal and kind of centered and zoomed in on the vertical. But that's why you'll notice on the vertical, there's a blank space near the top of it. That's because I had to crop some of it out when I zoomed in. And Charles says, would love to see you and Monty Matter team up. Well, I've never heard of Monty. This might shock some people, but I'm actually fairly new in the online atheist community. There's a lot of people out here I don't know about. Monty Matter is a deconstructed former alt-right Christian, it says. Okay, I'll have to check her out. Looks like she's big on Instagram. And it looks like she does have a YouTube channel, maybe? Yeah, there is a YouTube channel. Oh, Monty. Oh, fuck, I'm subscribed to Monty. Okay, I didn't realize that was her name. I actually follow her, not on YouTube, or not just on YouTube, but on Facebook. I see most of her content on Facebook. But yeah, I'd love to have a chat with her for sure. And last super chat for now. Bad Gamer, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, started reading The God Delusion by Richard Dawkins. Any other recommendations on other books? Trying to read more this year. So I actually get asked this a lot about atheist books. And I have to admit that my answer isn't very satisfying because I didn't come to atheism by reading any books by atheists. That wasn't a thing. I think the only atheist that I actually read during my process was Bart Ehrman, but the books that I were reading, they weren't like specifically atheist books. They weren't like, here's why you should be an atheist, like trying to disprove God. It was just his scholarly work on the Bible, right? So unfortunately, when it comes to atheist works, I don't know a whole lot. Like I can give you lots of references for biblical studies, all kinds of stuff. But when it comes to atheism, it's not really a thing that I have a backlog of. And I lied. I got one more super chat from our friend Carnage Asada. Carnage, I don't know if you saw it, but Nebraska Steve not only came in last night, but came in this morning on Unapologetic. I hope you caught it. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. It says, as Christmas sweater season comes to a close, so too blooms a new season of lumberjack flannels, and the people rejoice. Well, thank you, Carnage. I actually do. I have probably about 10 different flannels in my closet. So the wintertime apparel, when you live in a cold state like I do, has to be on fleek. Is that what the kids are saying these days? So I've got quite a few flannels, and when they go out of style, the good news is I'm old enough that I don't care because I'm old. No one really pays too much attention to me. So big W for flannels, and big W Carnage for being here on the stream. In fact, Carnage is one of our super mods in the Discord, actually. Which reminds me, I need to pull open the Discord chat so I can see not just the mod communication, but the actual chat thread before I forget. There we go. Now we're on. All right, well, let's get our first guest in here. Looks like it's going to be Determined Fate and then Ox. That seems to be the order in which they appeared in the guest rotation. Determined, welcome in.
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing, Determined? Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Sure. And do you believe in a God?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
You're a Christian, okay. What do
A
you
born
think?
again child.
Right, yeah, you're the one doing it right, I'm sure. So, what do you think is the best argument for Christianity being true?
Yeah, so the best argument is that um atheists don't have a true standard without God. You don't have a standard for morality. You can't say anything is right. You can't say anything is morally good or morally bad.
Well, that's not really true.
Period.
So the reality is, we have subjective morals, and so do you, right? So the way the moral argument usually works from the Christian side is, well, you don't have objective morals, and objective morals do exist, and that since they're objective, they must come from God. But literally, none of those premises are true. So point number one, we don't have objective morals, at least from my viewpoint as an atheist, and neither do you. You think you have objective morals, but you don't. So we can start by using basic definitions. What do you think the word objective is doing in the phrase objective morals? What do you think that means?
It means there's a set of moral standards that are true independently of how we feel or
Right,
think.
it's independent of any mind, right? It's completely stance independent, no exceptions. Now the problem we have with the
Hmm.
morals, like if you get morals from the Christian God, that means they aren't stance independent. They are in fact dependent on the mind of your God, which doesn't make them objective, it makes them subjective. They're subject to the mind of God. So what that means is neither one of us actually have objective morals.
Well, I'm pretty sure the independence from the mind is referring to independence from the human mind,
No.
not the God Almighty.
Nope. Yeah, the word
Why
objective
not?
doesn't make a carve out for gods.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Look it up. Look up definition.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Immediately.
That's called special pleading.
Ooh, special pleading. No, I think you're wrong and you need
Well,
help.
I think you're wrong. And also, you don't have objective morals. You have divine command theory. So, divine command theory is just a statement of morality that whatever God tells you to do is thereby moral. Like, God determines what morality is. You don't have objective morals because not
Because God is
only are
good.
morals dependent on the mind of your God, it's also true that your God changes morals from culture to culture and from time to time, which means that your morals are relative. So, for example, if I asked you, if God's laws are objective, then can I go into any of God's laws and can you tell me if they should or shouldn't be followed?
God is good, so whatever he does and commands is good because he
Well,
is good. He
interesting that that
can't do
didn't answer
bad.
my question. My question is when I go into the laws that God gave, like if I'm going to read a law just now. I want you to tell me if this is a good law that is objective and should be followed forever, or if this is a relative law that was only true for a certain time period for a certain people. How about we do that? Because that's what
Hmm.
relative morals would entail, is that they're not true for all people at all times, but if they're objective, they would have to be true for all people at all times. So in
Hmm.
Deuteronomy 22, or sorry, let me get it all on screen. There we go. Deuteronomy 22, God says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and the mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. Okay, so we'll pause there. So far, it seems
Wait,
pretty
what?
clear.
Wait, what verse is that? I mean, what
Deut-
chapter and verse is that?
Deuteronomy 22.
Deuteronomy 22.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So far, what we can learn from this is that there's a guy who's now married, and he goes into his wife. That means they do the deed, right? So this is obviously their wedding night, and typically what they did in this time period in the wedding night, they would have a marital sheet on the bed, and they would consummate the marriage in front of all the
Mm-hmm.
wedding guests. And then, as long as she bled and there was blood on the sheet, it would be presumed that she was a virgin. That's why it says the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he's made up charges against her. saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So the goal here is to determine if she is a virgin. And the way you determine that is by if there's blood on this sheet. And so they're saying, listen, if there's blood on this sheet, then this guy's going to get punished because he's lying. He made up lies about this young woman in Israel. However, it says in verse 20, if the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. So we've got kind of two problems here. One is that if a woman lies about her virginity, she gets murdered. Number two is the test to determine whether or not she was lying is faulty. Do you think this is a good law? This is an objectively good law that should be followed by all people at all time?
Did God say this, or was it Moses?
Moses
it was
gave
God
it
that said it?
From God. Deuteronomy chapter 6 makes it clear that all the laws in Deuteronomy come from God. He says, now this is the commandment and the statutes and the ordinances that the Lord your God charged me to teach you to observe in the land that you're about to cross in and occupy. And he gives all the laws.
Well, how do you know that strategy is faulty?
What strategy? The bloody sheep, because there's actually, even in modern times, even today, there is in fact not a way to determine if a woman is a virgin. It's literally impossible. And we know that slightly less than half of all females bleed their first time. So, and we do this a lot. Watch all the people in the comments. Women in the comments, if you did not bleed your first time, put a 1 in the comments. You're going to see a lot of 1s in the comments because, as it turns out, more women don't bleed. No, it's scientifically proven. They're not lying. We actually have data. We've actually collected data on this, and the ancients wrote about it. We have ancient Greek medical texts that talk about this, and we have ancient Jewish documents from the Talmudic period that talk about this.
You believe in science over God?
I don't believe in God.
Is science your God?
Science is not a God because I don't have a God, so no. So try
Yes,
to focus up a little bit here. I don't have a God. We're talking about whether or not the bloody sheet is a good test. Sounds like you're having trouble with your executive function right now. Right now, we're trying to determine if bleeding on a sheet is a good test of virginity, and it seems like it's not. In fact, we know for a fact scientifically that it's not. And we've got 2,000 years of people talking about it who knew that it wasn't good, right? So my question still remains, is this a good law that should be followed? This is an objectively good law.
If God commands it, then I can't.
Well, that's the funny part is reading this verse, which I'm sure this is the first time you've heard it, should indicate to you that God didn't command it. Because if God knew how the human body worked, because he created humans, he would know that women don't bleed the first time they do the deed all the time. So this is a good indicator that this is not from God, and you really should question it.
Well, science, the thing is with scientific studies...
This is not scientific study. This is just what happens in the real world. Like, we observe it happening. We collect information.
Yeah, using a study.
Because
you collect particular...
collecting information, a survey. You can call it scientific if you want. You're just trying to classify it as science because you think science is evil. We're just collecting people's data.
Oh, I don't think it's evil.
We know from the data that not all women bleed their first time.
But science isn't always correct.
We're not talking about science. We're talking about data. We're talking about the collection of data. We're not talking about scientific processes. If 100 women come to me and 50 of them say that they didn't bleed the first time they had sex, you can call it whatever you want. That is data. What that means is that not all women bleed their first time.
How many women were in the survey sample?
Thousands. And we do it every time this verse comes up. We do a sample on our live stream. These people aren't out here lying to you. These are people in the real world. We know for a fact that women don't bleed their first time. Not only that, it's also true that there is no scientific method, even today, to determine if a woman is a virgin. It's literally not possible.
Oh no. Well, when I went to the hospital when I was 16, they saw that I bled and they said that I wasn't a virgin anymore.
Well, that's unfortunate that the doctor said
And
that because they're wrong.
oh
Because as
no.
oh yes, because as it turns out, just bleeding isn't a sign of virginity.
Wow. Well, I
Sounds
think
to me
I
like you need to
can't.
get a better doctor.
Well, I can't say that the law, like God was wrong because God is always right.
Well, he's not. He's
So
clearly not right because he thinks women should be stoned on the basis of a faulty test. He also said you can do slavery. He also said that you could kidnap women and children in war. Do you think that we should be allowed to kidnap women and make war brides of them in war?
war brides, that's not what they were trying to do. They
God
wanted to take
ex-
care of them as wives.
no, God explicitly says you can make war brides. It has nothing to do with them being cared for because
Yeah.
the ones that weren't virgins were murdered. So Deuteronomy 21 makes it clear that this is not about taking care of women. This is about lust. That's why it starts out and
IP doesn't
it
agree.
makes, I don't care what IP says, he's a goof. So in Deuteronomy 21, are you troll? Like, you can't be real.
I can't be real.
Nobody giggles this much in the middle of a live stream while saying the most
I'm
ridiculous things.
I'm just a goofy person.
Yeah, that checks out. Deuteronomy 21 says, when you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captives, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman. Okay, that's the first indicator that this is not about taking care of the captives. This is about satisfying your lust for hot chicks. If you see a hottie toddy among the women that you've kidnapped, it says, suppose you see a beautiful woman and you want to marry her, so you bring her to your home, shave her head, pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month mourning for her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. But if you are not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free, and certainly not sell her for money. So what this is saying is that this is about what the man wants. It's about him satisfying his lust for a hot woman that he's kidnapped. Do you think this is a good,
What is
objectively moral law?
what does the Hebrew say?
Well, you don't know Hebrew, so it's useless, and it says whatever the English says. So try to focus up here. Do you think that grabbing a hottie toddy, a kidnapped woman in war, and making her to be your war bride is acceptable, objectively moral behavior?
I don't think that's what the original writing meant for it to say.
How could you possibly know that? Just so we're aware here, the guy who did this translation has a PhD. I actually know Hebrew. I guarantee
What
you
version of the
don't.
Bible says?
This is the NRSV updated edition. It's done by an entire team of scholars. And the reality is, somebody who doesn't know the language has no business telling the guy with the PhD that they translated it wrong when you don't even know the language. That's preposterous. So listen,
That's just
I
appeal to
agree.
authority.
It's not an appeal to authority. It's an appeal to the fact that you don't know the language, which means you have no idea if they translated it correctly.
How do you know I don't know the language?
Say one word in Hebrew.
Shalom.
Say another word. Everyone knows shalom.
Yahweh.
Yahweh's not I mean, it's a name. Everyone knows Yahweh. Try again. Say an actual real word in Hebrew that's not part of the common English vernacular already.
Um, Emmanuel.
Not part of the English vernacular. That's in the English Bible. Try again. Okay, so you don't know Hebrew, and that's
Um,
fine. So the reality is you don't know Hebrew, which means telling me that the person who translated this from Hebrew, who's got a PhD in Semitic languages, got it wrong, is batshit crazy. You want to try again?
What's the name of the fraud who did this?
It's not a fraud. And again, you're just now obfuscating the actual point being made. You're just not engaging with the point. The point is, says if you go out to war and you see a hottie, you can take her to be your wife. Which word in here is translated wrong? I have no idea where she just teacup to. This
Oh,
person can't
sorry,
be
I didn't mean to
real.
leave.
Which word in here is translated wrong?
Uh,
Are you like trying to
I
chat
think the part
GPT
that's
your next goof, or what's happening here?
no, I don't use Chat GPT. I don't know if y'all
Maybe
use
you
Chat
should.
GPT.
So the
No, I
reality
shouldn't.
is, the passage says that you can kidnap women in war and make them your war brides. Is this objectively moral? Yes or no?
They took them to take care of them because everybody else was dead.
But that's not true. They're only the hot ones. These are hot women. If you see a hot
Where
woman
does it say that?
and I just read it to you. You weren't listening.
Where does it say hot women?
Look at your screen. It's been on the screen the entire time. Suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire.
Wait, which verse?
Verse 11.
Oh, shave her head.
Pay attention. Verse 11. If you see a beautiful woman that you want to bone, you can take her. That's the point we're making here. This is not about protecting the women. This is about the men seeing a hottie that they want to get with. God says if you kidnap these women, which is the first problem, you shouldn't be kidnapping women in war. But if you kidnap these women and you see a hot one, you can take her to your house and make her your war bride. I'm asking you, it's a simple yes or no question. Is this objectively
I thought
moral?
Moses said this.
God said
I
this.
thought
Is this objectively moral? Yes or no?
Moses said that.
God said it. Try again. Is this objectively moral?
Where does it say God said that?
I already read it to you. Deuteronomy 6. Did you listen to anything that I've
Oh,
said so far? Are you
yes.
high right now? What's happening?
I can't. Oh, okay.
Deuteronomy 6 literally says, this is the commandment, the statutes, and the ordinances that the Lord your God has charged me to teach you to observe in the land that you are about to cross in to occupy. And then he tells you to follow this law forever. Deuteronomy 11:1, Deuteronomy 12:1, Deuteronomy 12:28, and Deuteronomy 30. Follow it forever. So it's a very simple question. Is this an objectively moral law that you can kidnap women in war and make her to be your war bride? Yes or no?
I mean, I can't. Me saying what God commanded is bad
I didn't
is
ask you to
basically me
say if
saying
it's
that I have a
bad.
standard that's above
Pay
God, so I can't
attention.
say
That's not
that.
my question. I didn't ask you to say that. Maybe if you were listening, you could answer my question. My question was, is this an objectively moral law that you can kidnap women in war and make them your war brides?
It was okay back then, but God doesn't agree with that
Well,
now.
you're
Or
wrong.
ever.
No, God literally said you can do it, which means even for a period of time, it was okay to do, which means you have relative morals. If you think God said it was okay to do at one point, but then it's not okay to do later, that's called moral relativism. You don't have objective morals.
Because because God knew what the culture was like
Yet
then.
morals
He
that
wasn't
change based on the culture and time period are called relative morals. They're not objective.
but God didn't ever think that was okay.
He did. He said you could do it.
He just because he said you can do it doesn't mean he was okay with it.
He was. He says, be careful to obey all these words that I command you, so that it might go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. Following this law code, which includes kidnapping women and enslaving people, he says is what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God, which means by following this, you'll be in the good and right position. It's righteous to do it.
Y'all see,
You should try reading the Bible more often rather than watching bad IP videos.
I only watched one debate. I saw the one where you were with him.
We never had a debate. We were on the Tim
I
Pool
mean, not a
show.
debate. It was like a podcast or something.
No, we just went on Tim Pool's show, and Tim Pool wanted to throw down on whether or not, like, we needed Christianity for the USA to be the USA, which is a nonsense topic, but it's still irrelevant. The question at hand is whether or not God thinks it's okay to kidnap women in war, and the answer is yes. Yes, it is. And he said to follow the
wouldn't
law
do
code
that.
forever, right?
Forever? Where?
Yeah. Yeah, I already told you Deuteronomy 11:1,
I
Deuteronomy
thought,
12:1,
I thought,
Deuteronomy 30, and Jesus agrees in Matthew 5.
I thought Jesus came to fulfill the law.
Nope. Jesus came to fulfill it, not abolish it. Those are two different words. Abolish and fulfill don't mean the same thing. Jesus never once said, never even hinted at the idea that the law is going to go away. In fact, he said the exact opposite. He said, do not think that I've come to abolish the law. I've come to fulfill the law. And he says it's not going to go away until heaven and earth passes away. And then he says, whoever teaches to not follow the law will be least in the kingdom of heaven. And whoever follows the law and teaches others to follow the law will be great in the kingdom of heaven, which means Jesus wants you to follow this law.
See, Jesus is Lord, and
All right, listen, you're a troll, and I ain't got time for that. Okay. Nobody should be. Nobody's that giggly and evasive and isn't a troll. Also, determined if you're an atheist and you think it's fun to troll these live streams pretending to be Christian, it's not all that funny. It's just it's kind of pathetic that you waste your time doing that. If you're a Christian and you really mean that stuff, then you should think about your worldview and learn how to not giggle while you're having a serious discussion with somebody. Diabolical, thank you so much for the super chat. Says thank you for your donation, but we thank you for your donation, friend. And Drew, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That is huge. I really appreciate that. But God said, that's the interesting thing is, when you read some of these laws, it happens real fast that they want to say, God didn't say that, but God did say that. If they had read the book, they'd know that. We know that. They don't know that yet. Randy, thank you so much for sending out 50 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That is awesome. That is amazing. But it's not even over yet because Randy also sent out 50 more Deconstruction Zone memberships, which is unfucking believable. Thank you so much, Randy. That's huge. It really helps the channel and it's really generous. And 100 people just got free memberships just now. Let's get 100 W's in the chat for Randy. I really appreciate that, friend. That is huge. Zen, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, Happy New Year. Glad you're back at the grill. How do I get on the wait list for a signed copy of your book? Still following and still learning Rock Hard Product. Well, it's not out yet, but this year it will be out, and as soon as I get it ready to publish, I'll start taking signups for signed copies because I'm definitely going to be handing out signed copies. So that's going to be a real thing. There'll be lots of giveaways and things like that. Should be a lot of fun. I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be a good time. Randy, thank you for the additional super chat, my friends. Everyone who received a membership, please take advantage of the cheat sheet. Indeed. And Ems and I are working on filling out the Quran tab in the cheat sheet, and it's getting pretty big at this point. The Quran tab is how much have I got here? Yeah, I've got like 50 lines of verses and hadiths that are problematic, and we're going to keep building on it. It's going to be awesome. Miss Anthropology, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, as a social psychologist, I can say that your show provides some of the best examples of cognitive dissonance. That is the case. A lot of that, actually. Implicit bias and social dominance orientation. I've ever seen. Thanks for all the cooking. Well, thank you, Miss Anthropology. And you're 100% right. If you want to see cognitive dissonance at work, this is the place to do it. Like, we really should have called this the cognitive dissonance zone. Maybe that'll be our new channel. Corpse Man, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. That's one of the hardest things to do is make Christians read the Bible. I know. It's baffling. It was baffling to me when I was a Christian. It's still baffling to me as an atheist why they're just not reading the book. When I was a Christian, that's like how I would prefer to spend my time. I read as much of that book as humanly possible. Fuck, I was reading it every night before bed and sleeping with it on my pillow. But the reality is, like, Christians aren't reading this book. Like, you can't even pay them to read this book. It's crazy. Okay, Ox was in line next, so let me get Ox, and we'll keep the thing rolling here. Welcome in, Ox. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hey Justin, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well. I think, well, I don't think I know I've spoken to you before, so let me be direct. I am 52 years old, and I am a believer. And what I believe is a quad omni deity prior to meeting you or finding your channel or your page, your information that came across my timeline. So, um, I guess I qualify. I do have some arguments that I would like to try and defend, and I will try to do so and be honest about it. But you, sir, I believe you are proof against free will because every time I try to fight against you, you force me to fall in line with what you're saying, and I cannot disagree.
I get that.
And you're yes, so and I have grown to have an affinity for you because you carry the same energy as one of my best friends that I lost. I'm a
Sorry to
disabled
hear that.
American combat veteran. From We served in Iraq and Najaf, and I've seen a lot of things over my life, and I've been struggling hard to try and figure out whether or not what I'm doing is right to teach my children to be uh, um, just roundabout solid humans. And my upbringing, I was just indoctrinated with this parasitic believing, this belief system that is like a cancer, and I've always fought it. I just didn't know what I should or should not believe. And when now that I've found you, it's hard for me to walk away because of what I have been reared in, Justin, and what I've
Hmm.
taught my children. So I'm going to fight tooth and toenail to make sure that I'm not abandoning my post prematurely, not because I'm afraid, but because it's really hard once you've been indoctrinated with something to just turn around and realize that 52 years of your life has been a lie. It's
Yeah.
really hard. I struggle with it, so I'm not going to hold your whole lineup, but I want to offer you a proposal, sir.
Hmm.
I want to be in contention against you. You do this, and it's pretty admirable that you do it. And me being a combat veteran, this is honorable that you do this. I've seen you literally knock the front teeth out of somebody who comes on your platform, and then with grace, you try to then arm them with the information that they need to
Hmm.
uh, respectfully defend themselves. It's like I sit here and I'm like, this dude, he beats him up and then picks him up and then says, here, why don't you parry this way, use this information to defend yourself the proper way if this is the way that you want to go. But I'm still gonna beat the brakes off you, but this is how you do it to defend yourself. And when I see you do that, the love that I and respect that I have for you has started to increase more and more. even though I know where you stand, I respect you so much as a human being. Um,
Well, I
bro. I
appreciate
try
that,
not.
friend.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm trying not. I'm trying not to cry, but I don't want to be emotional. But I don't know if you understand how powerful what you're doing really is. There, So I don't want to hold you up. But this is what I want to say, and then I will leave you alone, sir. Um, could you recommend? So here, how about this? If
Hmm.
you had the opportunity to think to yourself, for me to have the most formidable opponent that could potentially make Mike Tyson bleed. I think you were the Mike Tyson in this space, like you're
Oh,
the
fuck
Michael
me.
Jordan in this whole space, bro. So I'm gonna try to do a tour between you, your friend Ian,
Hmm.
and the other guy that you have on your
Blitz
the
or
Bible
Dalton?
guy, the Bible guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dalton. I want to go through all three of you because I've learned more from you and Ian. I was on Ian's live the other night, bro. English is my first language. This is the first time in 52 years that I felt like I didn't even know how to speak English. Some of the stuff that him and this guy was talking about when it came to physics, I was like, bro, what is this? Like, I don't even understand. But it
Um.
was so amazing to be a part of that. So if you could just package up and say, if this person came in front of me and they read this book and took on this premise and defended these pretenses with this and this, he might he might convince me. If you could give me those types, like direction, the what book you think I would be able to read, and the information and what topic I should be able to defend with what, I want to go study that, uh, just to try and defend, and it'll be good for both of us. Not only would it be good for me, I will learn from you, but I think that I will be able to gain a really dear friend, even more in you, because you don't really know a person until you fight them,
Mhm.
and then once you gain their respect in that aspect, things change. So
Yeah. I made
I
really
just
good
said that just
friends
to,
when I was in high school so I was on the wrestling team in high school, and
yeah,
I learned a lot of respect for the guys that are in your weight class that you see at all the tournaments. When you first meet
sure,
them, you're like, you want to wring each other's necks, but after a couple tussles in the ring,
yeah.
you become friends. Uh, but
Absolutely,
uh,
absolutely. And I'm
it
a
sounds
Buckeye
like,
too.
uh-huh.
I'm an alumni. So my son is OSU graduate. So
Hmm.
so I'm an Ohio guy too. So
So
that's. Yes,
let me
sir.
make sure I understand what you're looking for, though. You're looking for
Mhm.
resources to buttress the idea that God does exist? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and it's yeah,
Okay.
I'm coming to you as the grasshopper. You are the sensei, and I would like for you to direct me, because over the weeks I've been gathering information, Justin. Like, I listen to you, I go to some scriptures, I go to the apocryphas, and I start marking down. And I created a list of proof of Jesus. Now, will you knock this out of the park? I know that you will. I have
Sure.
no doubt about it. But I have done my due diligence to gather the information and try my best to defend this position before I abandon my post.
Yep.
It's just the military that's in me. I cannot just walk away without knowing that I've fought a good fight. I just can't do that because I have grandchildren, sir. I got
Hmm.
a wife. I got kids, man.
Yeah,
And
I get it.
Justin, this is so difficult because I pray all the time, and it's like the more I pray, the worse sugar honey iced tea get. That's the good thing about Christianity for me, Justin, is it taught me to stop cursing. I don't understand how you have Christians that come up here that can speak about defending the Bible and Scripture and
Hmm.
God and Jesus and all, and then turn around and just start using profanity. How can sweet and sour water come from the same tap? It's just weird to me.
Right.
So that's the only good thing about it, is that it did teach me to stop using profanity. So I'll say sugar honey iced tea, or I'll use my BET cuss words. I'm a black man, so I'll say mother lover instead of whatever. I don't condemn people who do use profanity. Whatever.
Well, let
Mute
me
point.
give you the resources
Yes, sir.
that I would start with. So
Okay,
if
and
I was
and
gonna
I'm gonna write these down.
mhm. If I was gonna build a case that
Hmm.
there was some sort of a spiritual realm, I would
Yes,
first
sir.
start with the
Hmm.
writings of Raymond Moody. Raymond Moody was a PhD psychologist that spent his life studying near-death experiences. After that, I would probably read what Sam Parnia put out. Sam Parnia was, as far as we know, the first medical doctor, spent 15 years
Hmm.
doing 2 different studies on NDEs. Now, he
Okay.
came to a different conclusion than some of his partners in the study, which is fine. But
Hmm.
definitely interested in you'd want to read those two publishings, the Aware Project and the Aware Project #2. I
Okay.
think that's a good start for trying to figure out, like, hey, is there any good evidence that there is some kind of an afterlife? Once we can conclude that there is some
Yeah.
kind of a spiritual realm, then we can take the next step and say, okay, well, if there's a spiritual realm, what the fuck could possibly be there?
Right. Let me. Can I ask you this? And I think I heard you say this before. You said that when you think when we die that's it.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate truth. And um,
That really hurts, man, because I watched my dad. He died right in front of me, and I stood on a physical Bible when I was a hard believer in his hospital room. Justin, I stood on it and I put my hand to the ceiling, and I prayed and I said, God, I believe that you can raise my father out of this bed, and he he died right there.
mhm, yeah,
And it crushed me. And my mom was like, you'll see him again, man. And then to hear you say that, like, I really miss him.
mm,
And if that's true, God, man, my best friend, oh man, I just don't know what to do anymore, bro. Like, that's really hard
it's a hard pill,
because I
man.
love people so hard, man. I love so deep, bro. And I don't know if I can even. And I know I'm not. You're not you're like a counselor or nothing. But when I hear that, Justin, I just feel like I don't have any purpose anymore.
I get that. I
That's really hard, bro. That's really hard.
I was
That
a
sucks.
Christian when I lost my father. I was 20. I just turned 22, and one of the things that helped me through it when I was younger was this idea that I'd see him again. When I
Yeah.
came to the conclusion that there wasn't an afterlife and I wouldn't be seeing him again, I had to relive the entire thing because it was it's so hard to lose your father. If you were close to your parents, it's very difficult to lose your parents.
It
And
sucks.
you really want to hold on to the idea that, like, it's going to be okay. This is not necessarily the end. And so when we get to the other end of that conclusion, when we conclude that this actually is the end, it's like the wound is ripped open again.
Oh
Um,
man.
there's a therapist in our circles, and I love her to death. I can't recommend her enough. Her name is Dr. Joanne Ketch.
Mm,
Um, and I recommend she works with people that are both in deconstruction, but also
yeah.
recovering from substance abuse. So I would
Okay.
definitely recommend getting a hold of Dr. Joanne Ketch. We've sent some people her way. I'll continue to send people her way. She's a really good therapist. But yeah, I mean, like, here's what I can tell you though. Like, you're not alone in this. Most of us, when we went through our deconstruction process, we went
Yeah.
through the difficult and angry and exhausting anxiety emotions that you're going through right now. We were all there once. So
Yeah.
this is not something like you're not deficient, you're not weak. This is not something that, like, your deconstruction is more problematic than somebody else's. What you're going through is normal, and we're here with you. We've been through it.
Oh man. Okay. So, oh, man. All right. I'm going to look for this book, writings of Raymond Moody and Sam Parnia, the Aware Project. I think I heard you the other night
Hmm.
speaking about that. I'm sorry, I have a speech impediment. I apologize about that. Can
You're
I
doing great.
can I give you one? Um, I guess try to throw a shot here to
Sure.
defend something that I found. Maybe I don't know if it's I don't want to bore your audience, and I'll hurry up and get out of
No,
the
you're
way.
okay.
Um, so I got a lot. I got a list, and I know that you've heard this before, but I'm going to try it, Justin. So here we go. So I started doing some research, and I've I found this gentleman, the Tacitus Annals and
Yeah.
the Josephus Antiquities
Hmm.
of the Jews. You heard you talking about that before. Pliny the Younger and Marabar, I guess his name is Serapion, and then the Babylonian Talmud. So those five things is what I've found. I got a list more, but um, I guess that's the best that I could come up with as far as external
Hmm.
things outside of the Bible. I don't read the King James. I heard you say something about the King James, so I stopped reading the King James because my people, we have a hard time trying to speak basic English, and I don't understand why we want to read that. We were told that that's if it ain't the King James, it's nothing. So I went outside and I found these external sources.
Yeah.
So would Tacitus's annals from 116 not be good evidence for Christ? Even he's mentioning the Christus. Would that
Yeah.
not be sufficient?
So we've got a couple mentions of Jesus. The Tacitus mention of Christus. There's some debate as to whether or not that is a reference to Jesus Christ or not. But to be sure, like I'm not a mythicist. I don't think that Jesus is completely fabricated, at least not right now. So like, I think we can conclude that Jesus was a real person, and we've got some documents that seem to support that. All that being said, though, even if Jesus was a real person, I don't think we have any good evidence to believe that he was divine or that he rose from the dead or that he fulfilled any prophecies. He seems to just be another, another Jewish rabbi, maybe another false messiah. Julian the heretic, um, when he was writing in the fourth century, mentioned that Jesus was one of many Galilean messiahs because the area he came from was pretty known for having false messiahs, right? So it seems
Hmm.
like he's just kind of one in a pot of many false messiahs.
So you believe that he was a human being and not just a mythical, like a made up person?
That's where I'm at right now. Like, my mind could
Okay.
be changed, but at the moment,
Hmm.
that seems to make the most sense to me.
You know what, Justin? Honestly, man, I think maybe when I was 14, 13, 15 years old, I just was like, this something about this doesn't really match. But I wasn't permitted to ask questions. Like I wasn't allowed.
Mm,
I'd have got the black beat off me if I was asking questions. My grandma didn't play. We called him Big Mama. Like she didn't play when it came to that. There was two important people in her house. When we walked in the house, it was a picture of the California surfer god Jesus,
mm-hmm.
and then it was Martin Luther King. He was right up under him, and John F. Kennedy. Those were the three pictures that she had on her wall. You just didn't question
Right. Yeah, I
either
get
one of
that.
them. So I just didn't ask. Yeah, I didn't ask questions. Um,
Well, most
so
of us didn't. When I was a young
yeah,
man and I was getting into religion, it wasn't that anyone forced it into me. It's just that
yeah.
that's what everyone already believed. And when you're around people and everyone believes it, then you
Mm.
you tend to just take it as, well, it must be true because this is what everyone believes.
Would you think it's group? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, sir.
That's okay. Yeah, groupthink.
You do you do you okay? Group thing. So let me move to the next one really quick. How
Mhm.
about Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, being a historian? Would Josephus also, since he mentioned something about the crucifix, like Jesus and his crucifixion? Did he write? He wrote about that in the Testimonium Flavianum. I think it was called the Flavianum.
Yeah, the
Is
Testimonium
that?
Flavianum. So
Yeah.
I think there's some difficulty with that, and one of the biggest difficulties is that the only edition we have that says the glowing remarks about Jesus is in
Hmm.
an edition that pops up in the writings of Eusebius, the church historian, and this is centuries later. So I've got a copy. In fact, you can get this is a mass paperback edition. There's another edition that's even
Okay.
better. It's got color pictures and whatnot. It's a little more expensive, but the mass paperback edition is pretty cheap. But Eusebius, the church historian, gets this. He has a quote from Josephus, and
Hmm.
it's the one you've probably read before from Book 18 about Jesus. Was the Messiah. He was the Christ. And he worked miracles.
Right.
But if you look at the other editions that were preserved outside of Eusebius's edition, they don't say that. They mention Jesus. Like the most credible right now, I think scholars agree, is the Arabic edition. But so the
Okay.
Arabic edition, it mentions Jesus and it mentions that his followers believed he was still alive, but it doesn't mention like he doesn't call him the Christ. He doesn't say that he believes he resurrected or did miracles or anything like that. Um, and unfortunately, in Eusebius's work, we find him manufacturing quotes that are either tampered or fabricated altogether. And in fact, Jaron from the Christ Before Jesus channel did he's a data analyst, and he's doing with the Bible
Hmm.
and some other books, he's doing some stylometric analysis, and he discovered that the writing in book 18 of that quote about Jesus, the words, some of the words are that are in there are words that Josephus has never used in any of his writings, but they do line up with words that are commonly used in Eusebius's writings. So it seems
Wow.
like the edition that we have was probably maybe originally a snippet about Jesus that got embellished
Hmm.
by Eusebius for the purpose of his propaganda campaign.
Wow. Well, I have so this is not going the way that you do this in your head like, oh yeah, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna be the one that gets justice, and I'm gonna cook him, right? I'm gonna cook
Yeah.
this man. Nah, I had it in my head. I was getting myself hyped up, Justin. I was like, yeah, bro. I'm just donkey punched you. I got you. Like it's not working out. So how about this? How about the Lachish relief? Now I found this about Sennacherib, the king of the universe, the
Yeah.
king of, I guess they, okay.
Mhm.
Would now this relic is in the British Museum? Is that correct? At
Yeah.
least from what I found. Now, wouldn't that be sufficient evidence to say, okay, this is this is good stuff?
Okay, so you've started to pinpoint on some of the actual historical parts of the Bible. So the Lakish relief,
Hmm.
the
Yeah,
black obelisk, the Merneptah stele, the banquet stele,
the
the
Talis Prism. How about
yep, we even say Cyrus's
Taylor's Prism?
cylinder, Sennacherib's
Yeah,
prism.
yeah.
We've got the Tel Dan stele. We've got a bunch of archaeology that does confirm that some of these tribes
Hmm.
existed, right? And even
Okay.
in the Mesha stele put up by the king of Moab in the ninth century, it talks about how they went to war specifically at one point with the tribe of Dan, and we know that the
Right.
tribe of not I'm sorry, not Dan, I mean Gad, and we know from the Bible and elsewhere that the tribe of Gad was neighboring where the Moabites were. So, like, there certainly is a historical flair to the Old Testament text where, like in the book of Kings, the book of Chronicles, the
Hmm.
book of Samuels, they're trying to tell some history and they're mixing in mythology with it. And we find the same
Hmm.
thing in the Babylonian Chronicles. So, for example, in Sennacherib's prism, when he talks about some of his sieges, he says really funny stuff. Like he'll say that as he breached the wall, the radiance of the king knocked the army backwards. Like it's while it has a historical, it's a war annal. So while there is
Yeah.
historical truth to it, there's also a bunch of like mythological stuff added into it. And this is kind of how they
Okay.
did history. And the Bible is the same way. If you read the war annals of Ashurbanipal or Sennacherib or Cyrus, you'll
Hmm.
find that while they're historical, there's a bunch of mythological material mixed in it. Because to them, they thought that that was real, and they were okay with embellishing some other parts that they knew wasn't real. And the Bible literature reads much the same. That's why so many people who go to school to study ancient Near Eastern literature, end up being agnostic or atheist because they're like, oh, the Bible reads just like all these other ancient literatures. I don't believe that Marduk, empowered the Persian army to win the war against Babylon. So why would I believe
Hmm.
that Yahweh enabled the Israelite army to win? You know what I mean?
Okay. So that's disappointing, man. That's
Yeah.
disappointing. So how about okay? Uh, some things that I actually know of, I guess, a little better than the archaeology that is involved with this is you started mentioning. I think you were talking about the Book of Maccabees and the apocryphal things. Now I'm
Mhm.
not. You convinced me. I guess the Isaiah was it Ezekiel, the prophecy about Emmanuel or whatever that.
Yeah,
There
Isaiah
was some
7:14.
the Isaiah, yeah. So something that I'm sitting here. My wife is like, "Why do you keep yelling at the phone?" I'm like, "I'm practicing when I actually get the battle just because I want to be good." But I heard you read that, and something stuck out in that actually stopped me in my tracks when that verse says that before the child realizes the difference between good and evil.
Right.
And I
Yep.
stopped, and I'm like, "Wait a minute. If I've been taught that Jesus is God
Yep. He
and
doesn't
God
have to
is
learn
Jesus,
anything.
why would he ever at any point in his existence not know the difference between good and evil?"
You got it. Because he's pictured in the temple by age 12, already schooling the
Right.
priests, which means
Yes.
the depiction we have of Jesus is that like he has this divine knowledge already. He wouldn't have to learn good from evil. But listen, the same passage you brought up in verse 16, I think
Hmm.
that's so important to interpreting the prophecy because this tells you when it's going to happen, when it's going to come true. Because before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two
Hmm.
kings you are in dread will be deserted. So he's talking to King Ahaz. He says, hey,
Right.
listen, before this child that's about to be born is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking you, I'm gonna lay waste to them. And he tells you how he's gonna do it. He's gonna bring the king of Assyria, right? Which what that means is that this prophecy was for the reign of King Ahaz, and that's it. That's the end.
Where did maybe you can help me figure out where we got this Emmanuel? He like where how did this get interjected to make me believe that scripture was talking about him?
Okay. So the reason why we have like these prophecies like being repurposed is because this is something that Jews were already doing prior to Jesus. So they were going into some of the prophecies, and number one, some of them seemed to fail, and that was a problem. Number two,
Hmm.
they weren't getting new prophecies anymore. So they're like, well, this is what we have. It can't fail. So let's rework it and find new ways to interpret it. I'll give you an example. Hold on.
Okay.
In the Dead Sea Scrolls, we've got a
Hmm.
series of writings
Man,
called.
you got that book too?
Oh, you gotta listen. You gotta read the Dead Sea Scrolls. Although my cat ate the back cover of it, but that's neither here nor there. Um, so in the Dead Sea Scrolls, they were fond of like repurposing the prophecies and just willy nilly kind of changing the meaning so that it would be about their time period. So one example, this is from the Habakkuk Pesher. So what they
Okay.
did is they would read a line from the prophet,
Hmm.
and then they would have a line under it that said, "And this is its interpretation." The Pesher is what that means. So
Okay.
in Habakkuk 1:6, it says, "For I am now about to raise up the Chaldeans, that brutal and reckless people." Well, the Chaldeans are the Babylonians. right?
Mhm.
But the Pesher says this refers to the Katim, who are swift and mighty. Well, the Katim typically refers to people from the West, usually either the Greeks, but more popularly the Romans, right? So it
Mhm.
literally just went through the prophecy and said, nope, this doesn't mean what it used to mean. We're just going to make it mean what we need it to mean so that it's about our time period, because we don't have any new prophecy about our time period. And surely God has something for us today, right? So the New
Mhm.
Testament is doing the same thing. They've got like this idea Jesus must be the Messiah, right? And how do we make him the Messiah? Well, one of the things we have to do, and Matthew is the one who works hard at this. They're like, well, fuck, if this guy's the Jewish Messiah, he has to fulfill some kind of prophecy. So rather than trying to find prophecies that are literally about the Messiah, they just went into the Old Testament and found any quotations they could that sounded vaguely
Mm.
familiar to Jesus, and they just repurposed it. Said, okay, let's ignore the original context. It sounds like Jesus. We're just going to say it's about Jesus now.
God have mercy.
And every one of them's like
Okay.
that. Like I was
Yeah, man.
going into Bible college as I was studying this particular topic, because one of my friends who just graduated Bible college told me about it, and I was like, "Oh, that's really interesting." Like I knew already about Isaiah 7. That's such a common one that everyone knows about. I already knew about that one, but she was like, "No, all of them are like that." I'm like, "Oh, that's really interesting." So I
Yeah.
went through, and like
Wow.
I remember going through every single prophecy in the original context, thinking, "Surely one of these is going to be like Jesus fulfilling it in the original context." No, not a one. There's not a single prophecy
Wow.
in which the original context is talking about Jesus. And if you go to some of the prophecies that clearly are they clearly are messianic, like when you
Yeah.
read them, you're like, oh, that's about the fucking Messiah, right? When you go to those prophecies, he clearly didn't do them. Like Isaiah 11,
Wow.
Isaiah 2, Jeremiah 33. And I bring up Jeremiah 33 a lot because
Hmm.
not only did Jesus not do it, but it'll never happen because it contradicts the teaching of the New Testament. So it says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill
Hmm.
the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah
Hmm.
will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called: the Lord is our righteousness. And this is where it gets
Righteousness.
really interesting. For thus
Hmm.
saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt
Hmm.
offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So this is saying when the Messiah comes, he's going to be a king on the throne. He's going
Yeah.
to save the people of Israel, and he's going to institute the Levitical sacrifices again forever. Well, the New Testament completely contradicts that. It says he's not going to be a literal king. He's not going to defeat any armies, not until the end time, and the Levitical sacrifices are done away with forever. Well, if that's the case, then either the New Testament's wrong or Jeremiah's
Hmm.
wrong.
I would then I would have to say the New Testament has to be wrong because
Right.
it obviously came so many years after Jeremiah.
Right. So if we
So
believe that the
yeah.
goal of the Messiah is to fulfill the messianic prophecies,
Hmm.
if that's the case, then that means we have to give deference to the prophecies first and then New
Right.
Testament second.
Respectfully.
Uh-huh.
So I have Jamaicans in my family, and when you trick us, like this is trickery. They would say that a wicked thing there, right? That's a
Yeah.
yeah. That a wicked thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, since you're on that, then what about the Psalms of Solomon 17 through 18 from the first century when he said he will strike the earth with the word of his mouth forever, and it says he will bless the Lord's people with wisdom and happiness, and he will be free from sin in order to rule such a great people. He will expose officials and drive out sinners by the strength of his word. What
Yeah.
about that? Because that expectation was a Davidic king who judges righteously and purifies Jerusalem and gathers all the faithful according to the
Mhm.
Apocrypha. Wouldn't that be this? Wouldn't that be a fulfillment? Did he not do that in
Well, I don't
Matthew 21 or John 18?
Well, I don't think he did any of that, and I think that the Psalm of Solomon, you're referring to a collection of non-biblical works called the Psalms of
Hmm.
Solomon,
Yeah.
and in
Yeah.
fact, one of them is really important because it talks about Israel being the servant of God, not the Messiah. But
Hmm.
um, in this extra biblical work, some of it appears to have been compilated over a course of time. It's just a late Jewish apocalyptic, maybe even early Christian Jewish apocalyptic work or
Hmm.
apocryphal work. And I think it's touching on Isaiah 11. On Isaiah 11, it
Okay.
talks about the coming of the Messiah,
Hmm.
and it says when the Messiah comes, right? A shoot will come out from the stump of Jesse, a branch shall grow out of
Yes.
its roots. The Spirit of the Lord will rest upon him, so on and so forth. And then what's he going to do, right? It says, he shall strike the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips he shall kill all the wicked. Righteousness shall be the belt around his waist, and faithfulness the belt around his loins. And then we get to the part that everyone knows. The wolf will lie down with the lamb, the leopard shall lie down with the kid, the calf and the lion will feed together, the little children will
Hmm.
lead them, the cow and the bear shall graze together, so on and so forth. And then he says, they will not hurt or destroy on my holy mountain, for the earth will be full of the knowledge of the Lord as the waters cover the sea, which is very
Yeah.
similar to what we find in Isaiah 2 and Micah chapter 4, where it says, hey, when this Messiah comes and he smites all the
Hmm.
wicked, we're going to have world peace.
Yeah, man, you just shooting down all my stuff, boy. Like, and it's expected. I knew, but have to give. I just have to give. I have to give it a fair shot.
No, I
Uh,
get
the-
it.
I, yeah, I mean, I just have to by credence, bro. Like, I can't just. I'm a fighter, so when I know it's over, I will concede, and I will do it in full good consciousness, knowing that I did my very best, and I don't understand how. And I think this is my frustration, Justin, is that if I don't have if I don't have autonomy to operate in my agency with evidence that you are a real deity and you're not really showing me that you're here, but in Revelation, the Bible says that this same God that and resurrected will use evidence that of my life, things that I've done. Like he gets to use evidence to cast me into a lake of fire for eternal
Yeah.
punishment, but I don't have evidence that you actually exist. So that's kind of problematic for me.
It is. In
So,
fact, look at Mark 16. There's a passage we don't get to talk about too much, but Mark 16, this is when Jesus tells his disciples to go out and do the stuff, right? It says, go into all the world and proclaim the good news to the whole creation. It says, the one who believes and is baptized will be saved, but the one who does not believe will be condemned. It's really interesting because just before he says this, we learned that the disciples didn't even believe. It says, later he appeared to the 11 themselves as they were sitting at the table, and he upbraided them for their lack of faith and stubbornness because they didn't believe. It says they had not believed those who saw him after he had risen. So,
mm,
literally, his own disciples didn't
yeah,
believe secondhand information about his resurrection. And then he goes out and said, listen, go relay this information to the rest of the world. And if they don't believe
right,
it, they're damned to hell. Well, listen, if your fucking disciples didn't believe it without the actual
right,
evidence in front of their face, why would you damn
yeah,
people to hell who don't even know you, have never met you, and why would they
right,
be forced to believe that you rose from the dead?
yeah.
We've never met you. We don't know you, dude.
And then Justin, I think that the other night that you had a conversation with a young man about this same thing, and I think he was trying to offer up the debate of embarrassment. I believe it was maybe that African kid, and he kept trying. I don't think he knew what it was titled, but let me know if I'm wrong, but I believe that he was trying to say because the woman, the Mary, she came first. So if a woman was to give, yeah, I think it was that. I think he was saying because
Mm-hmm.
the woman gave the testimony first that
Mm-hmm.
it discredited it, and he was trying to say something about if I had a dog or no, if a moose was in my backyard and my
Yep.
son's okay. You remember that? So I think is
Oh
that
yeah,
like the criteria of embarrassment? Is that what they call that, Justin? That he
it,
tried to
it
use that
is.
defense?
Yep, it's a
Okay,
criterion of embarrassment, and
there
the
it is.
reason,
Okay.
yeah, the reason why it fails is because if it wasn't the women who saw it first, then the story wouldn't make any sense. So in the ancient world, women were in charge of caring for the dead body. They did the
Mm-hmm.
spices and the ointments and whatnot and prepared it for burial. And so like the if Jesus rose from the dead, the people who would have seen it first would have been the women because the women would have been the first people there. That's just
Right.
if they had if with the men in there, well, it would have been preposterous because let's imagine that we cut the women out and we'd say, listen,
Mhm.
sometime during the daytime, the disciples just decided randomly that they're going to go visit the grave. Why? Why are they going to visit the grave? Are they going to go there to cry? Like they got
Mhm.
guards there. What are they supposed to do there, right? So now we need an excuse to get them there. Like, okay, well, the for one reason or another that we don't know about, the disciples decided to go to the tomb, and chill. And then the next logical question is like, okay, well, weren't the women already there? Because like the women would have already been there to spice the body.
Right.
So the next question in the story is about the women. You can't get through the story without the women coming up.
Without
They're
the
an essential
women.
part of it.
Right. Right. Okay.
So the
And
in Jewish custom, like the burial was super
hmm
important. Like there was a
hmm
lot riding on like you need to get a proper burial, and if you don't get a proper burial, it's super disrespectful. And so like they were really careful to make sure that the deceased got what they needed in terms of burial practices.
in terms of the burial practice.
Yeah,
Sheesh. Um.
and it says a lot too that the women went to the
mhm.
tomb assuming he was dead because that's how you would write the story if you were going to make a story. Like they wouldn't go to the tomb assuming he's going to be alive. Like everything about the
Right.
story makes sense the way that it was
hmm
written.
Was this a lie as well that the centurion who pierced his side that he had written testimony about what happened. I heard this before that there was writings from the centurion
So we
who
don't.
got wet in his now, or was this a movie like Justin? I am so my orientation is so off now, sir. I don't know if any I'm so lost. Like he got healed, like his eyesight or something from the water that came out of Jesus' side. Was that a fabrication?
Yeah, that's nowhere near the
Come
Bible
on,
or
man.
even that's not even Christian tradition. But we do have a lot of extra biblical writings that came way later
hmm
that like made up stories about like unnamed characters in the New Testament. So like, oh, this is an
Okay.
interesting character. Let's write a whole backstory for him, right? And so we find that even in modern times, there's a great book called The
Right.
Red Tent by Anita Diamant. She is an ancient Near Eastern scholar, and she was like,
hmm
listen, Dinah in Genesis 34, the girl who gets raped, one of the daughters of Jacob. What an interesting figure, and her story doesn't really get told. So she wrote a whole book telling the story of Dinah. Well, people were doing that with the New
Mm.
Testament characters as well. They're like, this is a really interesting character. Imagine if you were that character. I'd love to know more about
Right.
this character. Let's write a whole backstory for him. So we find lots of literature in the early church writing backstories for some of
Okay.
these lesser known characters in the New Testament.
Okay. So I'm sorry. That's a caveat. Uh, so I can, since we're talking about the resurrection and crucifixion, how about this? The wisdom of I'm sorry,
Okay.
the wisdom of Solomon,
Hmm.
chapter 2 and
Yeah.
12 through 20. Is it okay?
Good. Good reference.
Let us. I'm sorry, I
No,
didn't know you were.
it's a good reference.
So is that a
Um,
good one? Okay.
So, chapter 2 of the Wisdom of Solomon, for those who
Mm-hmm.
didn't go to Catholic school, that's part of the Apocrypha. And hold on, let
Yeah.
me get this this troll out of the TikTok chat real quick. 1 second. Dun, 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 dun. All right, you're muted for the rest of the live, white boy. So that I'm not calling him white boy. That's his title. So
Oh.
All right, so the Wisdom of Solomon is part of the Apocrypha, the Deuterocanonical books. And there's a chapter about the righteous sufferer. And a lot of people have said, hey, listen, this is like reminiscent of Isaiah 53. Now, if you read the Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2, it's clear
Mm-hmm.
that the people suffering, it's about the Jewish people. It's about a Jewish person who is a son of God, because all the
Mm-hmm.
Jews were the sons of God. That's why they call him Father. This is about them suffering. So what they do with this text is the same thing they do with Isaiah 53, which is that they just read it out of context and say, listen, when you read it out of context, doesn't it sound kind of like Jesus?
Right. So this wisdom of man. So that's probably not.
Yeah.
Because
So
I kind of I'm
yeah,
sorry.
start at the beginning of chapter 2, right? At the beginning of
Mm-hmm.
chapter 2, there's a plurality of people speaking.
Okay.
And try to keep that context as you're reading through it. When you read through all of chapter
Okay.
2, it becomes clear that this is not a prophecy about a future individual.
All right. And I'll go back and I'll do just that because um I'm always looking through this and I call it a pre-medicated lens that was
Mm-hmm.
given to me by people from the church. So this is how you have to look at particular scriptures, and everything is always I was told this is a book about God, so this is always about anything you read in it is going to be a foreshadowing of the Messiah. So when I did read this, then yeah, if you are pre-programmed to see things like that, like
Mm-hmm.
people might hear me speaking and be pre-programmed to think that something's wrong. Whatever whatever horrible that they want to say about me. But I was a beast on the battlefield, so you
I
didn't
believe
want to
it.
see me overseas. At,
So
at any rate,
I think
I
you're 100%
crossed.
correct when it comes
Okay.
to the foreshadowing. So once you
Mm-hmm.
have a target, right? It's easy to go back into a big text and
Yeah.
find other texts that are reminiscent of whatever your target is. And we've been doing it for like a year and a
Yeah.
half now with Doug. You
Yeah.
probably know about Doug the Rock, but
Yeah.
um,
I caught that the other
yeah,
day.
people send me
Yeah.
Bible passages all the time, and they're like, "Oh, this is about Doug
About
the
Doug.
Rock." Yeah.
Right.
So the
Yeah. Yeah.
reality is, like, if you have a target in mind, it's easy to go
Mm-hmm.
into the Old Testament and be like, "Oh, wow, this sounds a lot like my target."
Sure. Because I crossed this reference that passage with Matthew 27 and Luke 23, thinking that was going to be sufficient. But if I readjust and look at it again, and I may end up getting a different. Can I try one more, and then you
Sure,
can kick me off, sir? I know I'm taking up a lot of your
sure
time,
thing. Don't
so
worry.
I apologize. Okay. Let's go. I'll go outside. Now I did find for one Clement. So
Mm,
this. So how about one Clement? Would that be?
chapter 5 or
Um, I think it was 7 and 4. Let us look steadfastly to the blood of Christ and see how precious that blood is
yeah.
to God. Okay. So would that be insufficient?
I guess I don't know what you think it's sufficient for. So Clement, unfortunately, was second century. He didn't know any of the disciples.
Right.
Now he does give an account of the death of Paul
Mm-hmm.
and the death of Peter, but we don't have any evidence that Clement knew any of the disciples. And by the time Clement was writing, the New
Mm-hmm.
Testament theology of Jesus
Was
dying for your
already done.
sins was already there. Yeah,
That's I didn't want you to say that.
yeah. Sorry.
I didn't want you to. I'm like, please don't say that. Please don't say
It gets
that.
cemented
But
pretty early because even like
yeah,
the early texts like Origen is already
yeah.
writing about this.
How about Quadratus the apologist? I mean, I guess it all is. Oh man, I've been doing some digging, brother. Like
Damn.
you had me in a different space. So I just started digging and reading and going down these little holes and finding stuff. I'm like, yeah, this gonna get it. This might get it. This might get it.
Yeah.
But
Buddy, I
I
was like
guess not.
you. I fought really hard to stay in it, right? But I think the problem is if you're being honest with the data and you're trying to be fair, it's very
Mhm.
difficult to come to the Christian conclusion.
And you've
Yeah.
already mentioned a lot. Okay. All right, Justin.
Yep. Ox, my friend
Brother,
Dr.
I
Joe is
appreciate
actually
you.
with us today. She came
Oh,
up, wanted to
okay.
say hi. Maybe. She's up here. I don't know if
Oh,
she's
yeah.
Hey,
listening anymore.
Yeah.
yeah, no, I'm still
Dr. Joe, good to
here.
hear from you.
Hey,
Or good to see you at least. Oh, hold on. I can't hear
good to
you.
see you.
Give me 1 second. Let me check one of my settings real quick. Oh, TikTok isn't hearing you. Let me see if there's a reason for that. I might have to adjust something real quick. Dun, 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 dun. TikTok's been funny lately. It was giving me problems yesterday. Now it's giving me problems today. Let me delete this audio source and re-add it real quick. All right, try now, Dr. Joe.
The comments in
Oh, nothing.
TikTok
You know
say they
what?
heard
I
me.
think I have a sneaky suspicion that have you guys ever used a Team Viewer app? I think the Team Viewer app is fucking with my audio settings on this computer, and it's causing stuff to not work. I had the same problem yesterday, and I ended up uninstalling it, and now I'm gonna uninstall it again because I think that's why it keeps messing up my audio settings, which is super annoying. I'm also gonna restart my soundboard real quick. Give me 1 second, Dr. Joe, to restart my soundboard, just to make sure it's not my soundboard. I can hear you now.
You want me to
Okay.
try again, Justin?
Yeah,
We
I can
good?
hear you. I can hear you now. Yeah, I needed to restart my soundboard. Ox should be able to hear you. Ox, can you hear Dr. Joe?
Yeah, yes, sir. I hear another.
Okay.
I hear her. Yeah.
Okay, let's. Hi, Ox. Welcome. A
Hello. How
couple
are
of
you?
things I just want to say. I am terrific. Thanks for asking.
Awesome. Yes, ma'am.
As I was listening to your exchange with Justin, I just want to say how impressed I am of your pursuit of truth. You are looking for what is the truth here, and it's a humbling and amazing pursuit, and your knowledge is incredible. The other thing I want to share is that not every journey of examining your beliefs and deconstruction lands in atheism. Not everybody who deconstructs goes to become an atheist. There are a variety of landing places as people look at what they believe. And often the process can include a reconstruction of something that works for you. And so if not with me, I would love to encourage you to work through that with somebody who has knowledge of the process. Earlier, you were talking about meaning and purpose, and ethics and morals and values can all be found outside of a strict, high control Christian worldview. And I just want to encourage you to continue to look for that, and no, it doesn't have to feel as scary as I heard in your voice when you were talking about your dad.
Yeah. I would like to really to connect with you if I could outside of here. And there's certain things that you can and cannot say on these apps, and I would never want to say something to get Justin's page like flagged or anything. But I was on the way to check out until Justin showed up on my timeline because I just was in this like vortex of confusion. And for me, and to explain it, it felt like a triple darkness. Like I didn't know what I didn't know that I didn't know. Like it was really weird, and all of these things just kept happening. And then I'm hearing all these like I don't know. I don't have any orientation anymore. So the people that I do
Yeah.
associate with, they're going to disassociate from me when they find out that I'm deeply questioning these things because it's causing me issues. But just in his ministry, even though it is not in the conventional aspect like a church or whatever, he is very impactful, and this man is changing lives. And I know that he knows it, but sometimes if you are the picture inside the frame, you can't really see the reference of how beautiful this thing really is. And I don't know if Justin knows exactly how powerful his lives are and what he's doing. Like he has become a pillar in my life, even though I'm in contention with what he's saying respectfully. He has become like I can't function without going through his videos. Like he's on my like day and night. I fall asleep listening to the stuff that he's saying because it has now become something that I can hold on to try and
Yeah.
fight off some of these feelings. I even told my wife, and I'm gonna leave because I know you got other people, and I definitely want to connect with you. But I made up this little jingle that says, "I don't want to grow up. I'm a deconstruct kid. I want to be like Justin when I get really big," because this man has so much knowledge, and it is absolutely refreshing and it is beautiful. And I thought that this is a hard. I ain't gonna lie, man. This is hard. It's so hard.
It is
I'm
hard.
52. It's hard to walk down
Yeah.
this path, man. This is like scorched earth for me, and nobody that I know.
Yeah.
My mom has asked me, what's wrong with you? You okay, man? Why, like, you good? Like, why are you doing this? And it's like people just, they're not going to be able to accept me for doing this because it is humans don't like to change.
Right.
They hate it. It's like a kid when you throw your son, Justin. You ever threw your baby boy in the air and he just has this weird look on his face and he's freaked out because he doesn't have anything to hold on to.
Yep.
That's what I feel like right now. Like I'm falling. I don't have nothing to grab onto, and I'm like I need to grab something.
Yep.
So I would love to connect with you outside of here if I could, just to try
Absolutely.
to get
So
some reference. Yeah.
let me ask the YouTube mods to post my contact information in the chat there. I'm pretty findable. I don't know if you have a TikTok, Ox, but I have my contact information is there. I don't
Okay.
know if we've invited you to the. Do you happen to have a Discord?
I can I matter of fact I can get one. That's not an
Yeah.
issue. I run a business. I got
I mean,
four
they let
employees,
people in
so
our
I don't have a
generation
lot of
on
time.
Discord.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
hilarious. I'll try. I have my grandkids. They're keeping me abreast with the technology, so I can definitely do it. I just run business, so I don't really have a lot of time to get online and things like that. I just get on YouTube, and I found Justin. So yeah, I absolutely
Yeah.
will
So you
try
can
to do that. Yeah,
you
Joanne Neck
yeah.
is it
So you can
Catch.
necketch.com. Okay. Oh, I'm
So
sorry. Yeah.
in the
yeah.
chat
And yeah, yeah,
window,
if you look at
in
mhm,
the Video Ninja chat window, I sent you a link to her website that's got her contact
Yeah, I
information.
perfect.
see it. Okay. Yeah,
Perfect.
I see
Yeah.
that. All right.
And I
Justin,
do in my private practice, I do have a specialty for first
okay.
responders and veterans and military. So I've worked with them quite extensively.
Yeah, and unfortunately, my VA is not very good. It's like it's horrible. So I would rather just I go to private doctors or whatever if I have to.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would
Yeah.
definitely tap in. I would definitely to tap in with you on that aspect. So Justin, I
Great.
thank you, Doctor Nakish. Justin, I appreciate you more than you know, sir. And I will promise you this one thing, that I will read these books. I will continue to listen, and when I come back, man, you better be ready, because I'm gonna have some heat, so
We'll
I
be
can
looking for
finally
you.
one time, well, I can say that I cooked you at least once, right? At least allow me to
I want
say
you to have
it.
the best opportunity that you could have, and everyone here is rooting for you.
Absolutely. And one last thing, I know I joined your group, your private group, your message here. Can you give me? I think I asked you the other night. Can you give me something to battle? Not really battle, but understand this, why the Trinity is incoherent. Can you give me? Can you?
Oh,
Yeah, I was asking you. I
yeah.
think
Give
that
me
would
one
be really
second.
good
I'm going to send you a link
resource. Okay.
to a resource that I put together, and let me
Okay.
know if you have any trouble with it. But I've got a Google document that I can share with you that's got some pretty good information on it, I think.
Yeah, I became a member on the page here, so I can get that in that Google Doc. So I signed up to be a member here, so I think I can.
So
Yeah.
there's a link
Okay.
to my notes that I've jotted down on the Trinity. These are
Mm-hmm.
the ones I usually argue. I've got
Mm-hmm.
like 3 or 4 pages of notes, and I've got even quotations from the early church.
Okay.
And then if you've got a copy of the deconstruction cheat sheet or not, give me a second. I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
send you a link to that. That's got a wealth of information on it as well. I'm going to send that into the chat. So you should have that now as well.
Okay. Awesome.
So
Awesome,
soak it
sir.
all
Thank you
in.
so
It's a
much. Yes,
fun
sir.
learning
I will.
process, despite the fact that it's such a difficult, painful, and emotional process.
Yeah.
Uh, but at the end of the day, like I know you'll come out on the other end the same way we did, and
Mm-hmm.
like we're all here with you. We've been through it. We know it sucks. We know it's hard, and you don't have to do it alone.
Absolutely, man. Justin, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Have a beautiful rest of your night, and I will continue to listen on the backside. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, friend. Have a good one.
You too, sir.
Cheers. Thank you, Dr. Joe. I appreciate that. I remember being in his shoes. In fact, I was angry when I was at that stage. I was pretty angry. It takes a bit to get over it.
I was angry and I was scared and I felt betrayed and I felt all sorts of things. And yeah. And like you, I was in a seminary at the time. So it was complicated, to say the least. So
I
yeah.
know. I
I'll
was
drop down.
lucky.
Thanks for having me
Yeah,
up.
thank you, Dr. Joe.
Yeah.
I was lucky that I went to a good academic level seminary that they didn't have a problem with people asking difficult questions. In fact, there were people there that weren't real Christians as well that were taking the classes. I knew a couple people that were like on the margins of Christianity, or even really agnostic. So let me grab some super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. That was a huge W for guest. I'm really glad we were able to get Ox in here. Thank you so much, KMB, for the $50 super chat. That is super generous, my friend. Says, if this isn't a troll, this is pathetic. I agree. I think that first guest was either a troll or pathetic. It's like she's saying that the Cleveland Browns are the best NFL team right now because dogs make her feel good, even though she doesn't know the players, their abilities, the schedule, or even the rules. I mean, that is a fair comparison. It hurts a little bit. You did put the knife in me and twist a little bit, but it's true. The Cleveland Browns are unfucking dog shit terrible. And the reality is, like anyone who isn't in a Cleveland Browns cult can see that. But being that I'm in the Cleveland Browns cult, I have to admit it and be like, well, fucking, I gotta fucking root for them, even though they're the worst team in football and they make horrible financial decisions and the worst trade deals imaginable ever. And they have, they paid the largest contract ever imaginable for a pedophile quarterback. Like I'm in the cult. And that's exactly what people in the religion do. They make endless fucking excuses. Well, it's fucking terrible, but who am I to question God? Okay, you're in a cult. Piranha, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, I can't wait for the final season of DZ when God debates the Stone's sexiest prophet about his nonsense himself rather than joke tier losers. Praise Doug. My sun tiger tarantula sealed herself in her burrow to lay an egg sac. Well, hell yeah. A big W for egg sac. New tarantulas coming, I would imagine. You must be excited about to be a tarantula papa or mama. Maybe papa. The PFP looks maybe papa. But big W, thank you for the super chat. And Adam Sparks, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says the corpus of the Doug faith is quickly rounding out. It really is. It's been growing. Would like to apply to be the disciple Justin loved before it's too late. I'm straight, but I also lift weights. Fairly funny. Make good money, and I am close by in Kentucky. Rock hard for Doug. Well, you might qualify to be the disciple that Justin loved. I'll even let you relax in my bosom. But it's okay if you're straight. My understanding of the whole situation is if you're really worried about it, you can just say no homo after, and then everyone thinks it's okay. That seems to be how the kids are straightening that out. But the reality is, you don't have to. You don't have to be straight here. We love you anyways. Lockfury, thank you for the $100 super chat. Big W. Let's get 100 W's for Lockfury up in here. Says, thank you, Justin, for the empathy you exhibit to those in need. It's part of why the community appreciates you so much. Well, thank you, Locke. And listen, I got to be honest, when I first got on here, I wanted to have more conversations with real people deconstructing and less debates. It just happens to be that everybody wants to debate and everyone likes to watch a debate. And that's kind of how I spend my time. But I noticed pretty early on that a lot of people on the fringes who are deconstructing are watching the debates. They really are. So I think the debates are a good vehicle for getting the message and the information out there. And I think I underestimated it at the beginning. I underestimated the power of debate. Carlos, huge W. Thank you for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That is huge. And also, not to be done, 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's huge as well. We've got like 100 new members with cheat sheets today. Big W, friends. I really, really appreciate it. That's huge. And Genji, thank you for the $15 super chat. Says, I've been to the British Museum a lot, and the Lakeish relief is amazing. I mean, all of the palace reliefs are amazing. Whether you've been to the British Museum, the Oriental Museum, or anything else, they're amazing. If you live in the Midwest and you haven't visited the Oriental Museum in Chicago, you're missing out. That's all I got to tell you. Ox can be assured about is that, I think you mean what Ox can be assured about is that the Lakeish relief and the Hebrew Bible don't agree about what happened during the Syrian assault. Well, that is the case. So, if you compare the Babylonian and the Assyrian literature to the Bible, you'll find there are many differences. While they might agree that a war happened, what happened during that war? Those stories don't agree. Those are not the same stories. Who won, how they won, how many people died, all those things are kind of in question. So we agree there. Dirty Bad Atheist, Bass Atheist, or bass, playing a bass guitar, yeah. Dirty Bass Atheist, thank you for the super chat, says, imagine a Christian hearing this caller be so honest and so real, deconstructing right in front of us, then to deny his efforts, to deny his honest, earnest effort to understand would be deplorable. And they will. This man, if he keeps studying, will probably get to a point where he doesn't believe anymore. And then a Christian will walk up to his fucking face and say, well, you were never a real Christian. You never believed. And that's the tragedy of this whole thing, is that when there are people who are truly, earnestly fighting with every tooth and nail to hang on to this thing, and there's just nothing to hang on to, when they finally get to the other side, those people that were supposedly their friends will turn their backs on them and insult them and say, well, you must have been a liar the entire time you said you were a Christian. What a bunch of bullshit hypocrites. Akine, thank you for the 100 DKK. Says, am I the only one in these live streams who have never asked the question whether there is an afterlife. No, it happens quite a bit. The thought never crossed my mind. I must be privileged, but I was also never a believer. Yeah. I mean, listen, there's a lot of people in the world that the idea of an afterlife was never on the table, right? So like, you're certainly not alone, but in this space, typically most of us at one point believe that there was an afterlife. Jennifer, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Ox is a dream caller. I agree. Sweet, curious, and honest. Such a palate cleanser in contrast to the usual battle zone. That is the case. Check DMs when you get a chance. I'm the painter. Happy New Year, Jennifer. I was just talking to Dalton about you. Yes, we need to catch back up. I apologize. I caught up on my emails this week, but I didn't get a chance to catch up on all my Discord DMs. But I will get to it. I apologize. The holidays are absolutely insane, and the Discord DMs fill up really fast. Ray, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, was a time when I myself had a terrible stutter. Was nice to see most giving support rather than dumping on the disorder. Yeah, you can't help it. Like no one stutters on purpose, right? And he seemed to be earnest in his questions. Of the better conversations I've heard in some time. Nice. I do agree. I think this is one of the better conversations we've heard in a while. And that's because we've got someone up here trying to be honest and being real. Being real is difficult. Rock hard for Doug. Great to see you. I hope you and Adele are doing well. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat, my friend. That is monumental. It says, thank you so much for doing what you're doing, friend. Well, thank you for supporting my work. Guys, got to remember, my work doesn't exist without other people in the community supporting it. So like the thanks really goes out to the community for making these live streams possible so we can actually disseminate information and help people. Erica, thank you for your donation of $20. I really appreciate it. And I got 2 more super chats. Devils PD, public defender. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Just wanted to tell Ox how unbelievably impressed I am with his pursuit of truth in his life, even when it hurts. Please, friend, get in the Discord so we can support you. Life is beautiful on the other side. It really is. I remember being in the throes of deconstruction, as they say, and just like crying and begging and pleading God to give me any kind of a sign that he wasn't there or that he was there, and just getting fucking nothing. And eventually you get to the other side. You're like, oh, well, he's not giving you anything because he's not real, you know? Speaking of Adele, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I hope you're doing well. Says, just a thank you for your time with Ox and other sincere questioning callers like him. This gives me so much hope. Much love to your friend. Well, thank you, Adele. And listen, like we've said before, there are people out here that are genuinely in the pursuit of knowledge. And I hope we can capture their attention in these live streams and get them to a safe landing. You know what I mean? And last super chat from KMB. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That is huge, my friend. Says, I didn't even know you were a Browns fan when I sent that. Well, you did. That's why I said you put the knife in and you twisted it, you know? Cleveland native here, so I feel your pain. Thank you. Thanks so much for all you do. Well, thank you, KMB. I really appreciate it. And yes, you know the pain, what it's like of being a Cleveland Browns fan. Like every week, you have to end the week by saying, "Well, fuck, I guess there's next week." And then at the end of the season, you're like, "Well, I guess there's next year." Like you're stuck in the cult. No matter how bad they are, no matter how many bad decisions they make, you're stuck in the cult. It is what it is. All right, let me grab our next guest. I'm going to grab Alexis from our TikTok queue, and we'll keep the conversations rolling. I'm going to bring Alexis up here. Oh, Alexis, I think, dropped already. So Alexis won't be coming up. So we'll grab next in line is Jared, and then we've got somebody in the YouTube queue. If you want to request up on YouTube, the link is tiny.cc/DZ live. If you want to request up on TikTok, just got to hit that guest request button and we'll get you another conversation. Welcome back, Jared. Help me remember your background. What's your theistic position?
No, I'm just a believer in Christ, a Christian.
Gotcha. Okay.
You're not
Um,
spoken probably plenty of times before, but yeah, go
I
ahead.
know we've spoken. I'm trying to remember what we spoke about last time, so we don't do it more than once. But it's okay. I'll just start with the typical questions. What do you think is the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, you're saying Christian God, it's only one God. But the best evidence for him is Jesus Christ, who is God.
Sure, yeah. Can you prove that?
Based off of what he said of him dying on a cross and raising from the dead. And also
Sure, yeah. Prove
how
that
he
he
lived
rose
his
from the
life.
dead.
And the eyewitnesses,
Who?
because if he didn't rise from the dead,
Who are the
then
witnesses?
he'll still be in the grave today.
No,
You'll see
he
some of the
he
disciples
is
and
in the
some of the
grave
women.
today. We have no idea where he was
He's
buried.
not in the grave.
We have no records of where he was
The tomb
buried.
is
We have
empty.
no idea what happened to his body after he was hung up on the cross. All as we know from what we have of historical texts seems to be that he died. We have no idea where he's buried. We have no evidence
He
that he rose
rose
from
from
the
the
dead.
dead.
His 12 disciples, one of them deserted him, and the other 11 didn't leave us writings. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are anonymous texts. They're not from eyewitnesses. They admit that they're not eyewitnesses, and they come decades after the events, and they read just like other resurrection accounts, and you don't believe other resurrection accounts. So why would I believe in the resurrection accounts
Jesus
from these
Christ rose from the
secondhand
dead.
texts? Prove it.
Well, if Jesus Christ didn't raise from the dead, then you can throw the rest of the Bible out where you're at it.
Yeah, I
But
fucking agree.
also, the
Yeah,
sad
Paul
part
said the same
is,
thing in 1 Corinthians chapter 15. If Christ is not raised from the dead, that we should be pitied amongst all men. I agree. So what's the evidence
correct.
that he did rise from the dead?
The empty tomb. The empty
Prove that there was
tomb.
an empty tomb.
He's no longer in the grave.
You
And
don't even know
nobody
where he
around
was
here has found his
buried.
body.
You can't. Yeah, we don't live in the land of Israel, so we're not going to find an empty grave. So again, you don't
And
even know
also
where
the
he's.
people
You
that
don't. Where
saw
was he
him.
buried? Where was his tomb? What's his location?
I don't know the exact location itself. I can't go back in time
Okay,
to
so you
show
don't
it to you.
even know where the empty tomb was, much less that there was an empty tomb,
So why do you assume that he is still in the grave today?
because he's dead.
What makes you think he's still dead?
Because nobody resurrects from the dead.
There are people who have came back to life. That has happened.
They're dead now.
Yeah, they're dead now, but doesn't mean
Yeah,
they didn't come back to
exactly.
life.
Yeah. They're not dead. If they come back to life, that means they had a near-death experience, and now they're alive again. Or some of them came back from near dead, and they're dead after they were alive for theoretically the second time. So the reality is,
Or
death
they could
has a
be dead for a long
100%
time
win
and then come back
record.
to life.
Death has a 100% win record. Nobody has defeated death yet. So in order to claim that Jesus did, we
Jesus
need some
did.
actual evidence, not claims.
Sure, you got your Bible. It talks about it.
The Bible's
And Jesus isn't the only
the
one who's come
Bible's
back
not
to
the
life.
evidence. The Bible is the claim.
It's evidence.
It's not evidence.
How else would you know about anybody else coming back from the dead or know anything else about Jesus Christ if you didn't have the Bible?
Well, the funny thing is, people outside of the Bible wrote about Jesus hundreds of years later. Like, we actually don't need the Bible to know a little bit about Jesus. But the reality is, just because somebody wrote about it doesn't mean it's actually true. Dozens of resurrection accounts
That's
from the
true
ancient
as
world
well.
have been recorded by
But if you want to
historians.
know,
So the resurrection of Aristeas was recorded by Herodotus, Pliny the Elder, Apollonius, Diodorus, Plutarch, and you don't believe that Aristeas rose from the dead, do you?
we're talking about Jesus Christ.
I know, I'm making a direct comparison to somebody else who has historical evidence of resurrection, and I'm demonstrating that just because an old book says that it happened doesn't mean that it happened. So, for example, in the writings of Apollonius, he says many people saw Aristeas still teaching in Sicily after his death. It says this kind of thing happened to him often over a long period of time, and his appearances in Sicily became quite frequent and generally well known, so that the Sicilians accorded a shrine and sacrifices to him as a hero. So do you believe that Aristeas was making appearances after his death in Sicily?
No, I highly doubt that. No.
Okay,
But
so
could God
what
raise
I'm
somebody else?
saying is
Yes, he
by
can.
the same credence that you're going to dismiss the other resurrection accounts, I'm going to dismiss your resurrection account. There's no difference between the two.
Why do you believe there's no difference between the two?
Because there's not. I've read them. They're just accounts of a
So
guy
what's the difference
who was
between
claimed to
Jesus
have
Christ and the other
resurrected,
person?
and nobody resurrects. They're mythologies. If you don't believe that Aristeus rose from the dead, then I have no reason to believe that Jesus rose from the dead, being that I actually have more historical evidence for Aristeus than I do for Jesus.
How many people saw, I can't pronounce his name, how many people saw this other guy raised from the dead
Multitudes of people.
compared
It
to
says
Jesus Christ?
that it happened frequently to large groups of people, and in fact, it happened so much that they erected a statue of him next to the statue of Apollo and began worshiping him as a god after his death. In fact, in Herodotus, he says, what follows I know happened to the people, plural, of the Metapontians in Italy 240 years after the second disappearance of Aristeus. I was found, as I found, by putting together the evidence of the prokinesises of the Metapontian, the people of Metapontian say that Aristeus himself appeared in their land and bade them to set up an altar of Apollo and place by its side a statue bearing the name of Aristeus of Prokinesis. So a multitude of witnesses over hundreds of years have claimed to see the resurrected Aristeus. So why would I believe that Jesus rose from the dead and not Aristeus?
Well, because there's a lot of people that saw Jesus Christ, that's for sure.
Name
Like they
name
know him as a
one.
real individual. Some of the women who saw Jesus Christ at the tomb, as well
Did they
as the
write it? Did they
disciples.
write anything for us? Did they leave us any testimony?
Yeah, you got the rest of the
These are
Gospels.
no, we don't. The women didn't leave us any testimony. They didn't write anything. These are
I
stories
never said
about
women.
people who claim to have been there. But the people who were there didn't leave us anything. They didn't write us anything.
Then what can you say for the rest of the Gospels about the people who saw Jesus Christ raised from the dead and ascend back up into heaven?
They
You think that was
didn't
just all
write
just made
anything
up?
for us. Yes, it was made up. The same way Aristeus was made up.
What makes you think that what Jesus Christ rises from the dead and the witnesses who saw him after he died is completely made up?
Because
What
Aristeus is
makes you
made
believe
up.
that?
So again, what makes you believe that Aristeus didn't rise from the dead?
Well, outside the part that it is made up, it's just that,
No, how do you know it's made up?
there isn't.
How do you know it's made up?
I don't know. I don't know too much about this other person that you're speaking about, but it sounds like somebody's trying to copy Christ.
They're
So
not copying Christ.
I for myself, like look
This is
more
hundreds
into
of
it.
years before him. Christ copied Aristeus.
Sure, he did.
Yeah, he
But
did.
Jesus Christ walked out of the grave and conquered death. And I'm
No, he
pretty
didn't.
sure there's nobody
That's a
else around the world
claim.
who's talking about
That's
this other guy
that's a
other than
claim, and that
Jesus
never
Christ.
happened.
Well, have you
So,
checked the claim?
so 500 years before Jesus,
Yeah, you sure or
Aristeus
not?
rose from the dead and became a god after his death. 500 years prior. We have all kinds of
Oh, so
resurrection
he
accounts
became a
prior to
god,
Jesus.
right?
Jesus' resurrection account is nonsense. It's just another copy of the ones that came before it.
Well, there's a lot of things in the world that try its best to copy the Bible or try to copy Jesus Christ doesn't make it true.
It's crazy that you weren't
But you're saying that
listening. The resurrection of
this
Aristeus was
other
500
person,
years before Jesus. Did you capture that part, Jared?
yeah, I caught that part.
Gotcha. So
But what
if
I was
anyone's
saying was
copying
that
from
just because
anything,
they're
what that
trying
means
to
is that the
copy
story of
Jesus
Jesus was
Christ
copying from
doesn't mean
Aristeus
that
and
they're
not the other
true.
way around, being that 400 to 500 years prior, we already have the right. In fact, it was more than that because Herodotus was writing about it. And it already happened before Herodotus wrote about it, which means it was probably close to 650 years prior to Jesus.
And I'm pretty sure there's some other type of religion out there that's similar to this that is copying Jesus Christ as well, saying that, hey, I rose from the dead.
Well, we're not talking about those. We're
I'm
talking
pretty
about
sure some
Aristeus
other
right
religions
now.
are doing the exact same thing. What I'm doing is I'm comparing them because they all
Well,
saying
you
the
don't even know
exact
what you're
same thing.
comparing them to. You're comparing to them to some fictitious thing that you're positing could happen. I'm not. I'm comparing it to something that I know was actually happening in history. There was an actual guy named Aristeus, and people actually believed and wrote about the fact that he rose from the dead. And you have no reason to believe that the story of your sky carcass is somehow superior to the story of Aristeus.
Well, one's God, one isn't.
Prove it.
And plus, Jesus Christ conquered death
Prove
through
it.
his death and resurrection, and of
Prove
him dying
it.
on the cross.
Prove it.
He was there in Genesis. He created heaven and the earth. I mean, there's
Prove
plenty of
it.
stuff in the Bible that points to
These
Jesus
are all
Christ being God.
claims. Like, Jared, I don't think you understand what it means to prove something. Like, doubling down on a claim doesn't make it true. I could do the same thing. I could say, nope, Aristeus was there. Aristeus did that.
Okay. Well,
It
why don't
wasn't
you believe what
Jesus,
I'm
it was
telling you?
Aristeus. Aristeus is a member of the Trinity, not Jesus. Aristeus was God manifested in the flesh, not Jesus. Jesus was a liar and a fraud and an imposter who not only lied to his disciples, lied to everybody else, and didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. He lied even about who was speaking in the Old Testament. He doesn't even know in Psalm 111 that the person speaking is someone in King David's court. He thinks David is speaking. In Isaiah 61, he literally thinks that it's a prophecy about a future individual when it's really the prophet himself talking about himself, bringing messages to the Israelites. He's a goof. He couldn't read Hebrew. He didn't know what was in the Hebrew Bible. Every time he mentions the Hebrew Bible and opens up his mouth, a lie comes out.
Well, you sound like some of those people back during Jesus' time period who accused him of being a liar.
Yeah, because he
Well,
was.
why in the
John
world would
7:7
God?
gives you a direct lie. He lied directly to his
You're doing the exact
disciples.
same thing they did.
I know, because they were right and you're wrong.
Yeah, you're doing the exact same thing they did.
Yep, because
And
you're
they, even
wrong and
they,
I'm
who
right.
saw the
Jesus
signs and
literally
wonders and
says
stuff
that
like
he's not
that,
going to go to the festival.
but he's
So it
lying.
says we're going to back up to verse 6, though. Give me a second to get verse 6 in here. So Jesus says, my time has not yet come, but your time is always here. The world cannot hate you, but it will, but it hates me, which is funny because he says the world cannot hate you, but in the synoptics, he says that the world will hate you, which is crazy. It says, it hates me because I testify against it that its works are evil. Go to the festival yourselves. I am not going to this festival, for my time has not yet fully come. After saying this, he remained in Galilee, but after his brothers had gone to the festival, he also went, not publicly as it were, but in secret, which means Jesus lied directly to his disciples so that he can go there in secret rather than with them. That makes him a liar.
He didn't lie about anything. Like, for example,
He
when
did
you was
lie.
talking about
We'll
how
try
the
this
world.
again. So let's pay attention to what it says. Jesus says
All right, so
words.
you're not
Those
gonna.
words are, I am not going to this festival. Okay. So did he go to the festival or not?
Go ahead, you can answer it.
Did he go to the festival or not?
Yeah, he went.
Did he say he was going?
But he said his time is not. He
Did
said
he
his
say
time
he
is
was
not near
going?
yet.
Did he say he was going or not?
Scroll back up.
Did he say he
Scroll
was
back
going or
up
not?
so I
Did
can
he
read it
say he
for
was
you.
going or not?
Scroll back up so I can read it.
Oh, you don't have a Bible? I'm not surprised. You're a King James onlyist. You never read the Bible.
He says, "I am not going to this festival, for my time has not yet fully come."
Yeah.
So he's not
The
going just yet.
4 is the beginning of the excuse for why he's not going. It says, I'm not going to the
All right, he said
festival
his time has
because
not
my
yet come.
time has not yet come. What that means is he's not going to the festival. And the reason why he's not going to the festival is because his time of revealing isn't at hand yet, which is why he ends up going in secret. He goes secretly to the festival because his time has not
All
come
right,
yet.
so
He
he
didn't
went.
want to be revealed. So what that means is he lied to his disciples so that he could go there privately in secret.
All right, I think you kind of you was doing great until you messed up. All right,
I'm 100%
yeah,
correct on this.
but you said he wasn't going yet because his time has not yet come. So when the time comes,
But
then
he
he'll
did
go. And as
go.
you said, that he went in secret, so he
But he
did
did
go.
go. So it's almost like you don't know how
You said
words
he's
work.
going
So
for the
we'll try
time
this from the
period.
beginning. So what comes after 4 is the reason for what was before it. He says, I'm not going to the festival. Why? The word for or because lets you know that the next clause is the reason why this is not happening. The reason why I'm not going to the festival is because my time has not yet fully come. So what that means is that he is not going to the festival. Why he's not going to the festival is irrelevant. He says, I'm not going to the festival. And he knew the whole time that he was going to the festival. If he didn't know if he was going to the festival or not, he could have just said, I don't know if I'm going to the festival or not. But what he said is, I'm not going to the festival. And then he immediately went there after his brothers left the house.
Okay, but you missed the part where you said his time has not yet come.
I didn't miss it. I explained it to you 3 times. That's the excuse for why he's not going. So we'll try this for the 3rd, 5th, 6th time. This is why this is not happening. He's saying, I am not going to the festival because my time has not come. This is not saying I'm going to the festival when my time comes. He's saying, I am not going to the festival. And the reason why I'm not going to the festival is my time has not come. Now, if he knew that his time would come during the festival, he would have said, I'll come to the festival when my time comes. He didn't say that. He said, I am not going to the festival. So what that means is one of 2 things. Either A, Jesus lied, or B, Jesus doesn't know the future because he's not omniscient, which means he's not a member of the Trinity, because in order to be 100% God, you have to possess omniscience.
Or C, maybe you're just getting it completely wrong.
Then prove me wrong.
I've already explained it to you twice.
You didn't explain it to me. What you said is not because you actually have no idea what's in your own book. The only argument you've ever provided every time we've talked, which we've talked multiple times now, the only argument you ever provide to anything is, nuh-uh, you're wrong, because you've never read this book, you have no idea what's in it, you've never taken a single Bible study or hermeneutics class, and you're completely lost every time we read it. Every time we read this book, the only argument you can ever muster up is nuh-uh, which makes it a boring, dull, dumb conversation that not even the audience gets to enjoy. Not even as you're getting literally roasted alive, the audience can't even enjoy it because you're too incapacitated and concussed to put up even a modicum of like logical refutation to anything I'm saying. It's just you getting literally steamrolled and cooked because you have no idea what this book says or how to even read English.
Well, if that was the case, I wouldn't be up here talking to you about it if I didn't know anything about the Bible.
That is the case, Jared. Don't come back. I'm not going to talk to you for a 5th time. You have no idea what's in this book. You have no idea how English words work, and you're not fun to talk to. Okay, let's grab hopefully somebody a little more serious than that clown. Science Lover, thank you for the 349 THB. It says, rock hard for Doug, simply what for Sharon. Praise Justin for doing Doug's work. Happy New Year. We all deserve so much better than 2025. I don't disagree. We definitely need something better than 2025. 2025, it was a tough year. I got to write down some notes for Jared in my spreadsheet. I'm going to say total clown deploys the nuh-uh argument and doesn't understand English. I think there's probably sufficient notes to categorize how that conversation went. Absent-minded professor says Jon Snow was resurrected. Jon Snow is the Messiah. I can get behind that. I can definitely get behind that. Although I've not seen the movie. Simeon, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, have you ever considered doing a Cleveland meetup? We are working in with the board of directors for our nonprofit to organize a charity Midwest meetup. So we're going to be doing a Midwest meetup where we've got some towns we're looking at, possibly St. Louis or Indianapolis, or some of the 2 at the top of the list. And so we are looking at doing a meetup and trying to get a number of creators and people in the deconstruction community out there. So it certainly is in the works. Says, I know there's a good amount of natives in here, like myself. I currently attend Cleveland State. Maybe we could set up a room there. So I think what we're going to do is probably set up a room in like a large hotel and do a conference and stay overnight at a large hotel. That being said, we should do, I've met a lot of people from Northeastern Ohio. We should specifically do a Northeastern Ohio meetup sometime. I think it would be really good. I'm with you, Simeon. I think we could probably make this happen after it's done snowing, of course. Brain Damage Songwriter, thank you for the $10 super chat, says the Bible is a book of fables and fucking fairy tales. Couldn't agree more. That's all, and that's it. Jesus didn't rise from the dead, no more than he was born from the fucking virgin. Well, maybe Mary did mess around. I know, but have you considered the powerful argument of Jesus did rise from the dead? Have you considered that argument? I don't know. It's pretty strong. Not a lot of holes in that one. Absent-minded professor said, movie. Bruh, I appreciate the super chat. I have no idea. I assume it's from a movie. Guys, I don't know how many times I can tell you, I don't know cultural references. I've literally never been cool, ever. There's never been a moment in my life where I was cool, part of pop culture, knew the movies and song references. Like, all the references I know are nerdy as fuck. So, like, I apologize ahead of time, but you should know this about me. I'm not going to catch these references. That's why we need, like, Dalton and some other people that are more in tune with society. Sans Sensibility, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, so excited for this bonus round after Unapologetic this morning. Thank you. Hail the Trinity of stone, lava, and salt. I do love this new Trinity, by the way. I didn't know about the lava lamp until today, and I love the idea. It's such a great idea. I think it's fantastic. I'm excited. Tim says, there may be a God. Browns defeated both Steelers last week. Bengals today. Well, listen, that is a minor miracle, to be fair. The Browns winning against anybody is a big deal. But to be fair, also, the Bengals aren't that hot right now. Like, I'm not... Like, if we beat the Bungles, I'm not particularly, like, impressed with the feat. You know what I mean? But I'm glad we won. Horseman says, my name is pronounced Corpsman. Oh, it's a... Gotcha. Like, the Army Corps, even though they spell it corpse. Yeah, so you're Corpsman. Gotcha. Corpsman Corbin. Okay, so Corpsman Corbin says, a corpsman is like a medic, but in the Navy. I didn't know that. Interesting. Just so you know. Love your show. Well, thank you, Corman. I appreciate that. I don't know. That's another thing I don't really know much about. I don't really know much about the military titles. Because the parts of my family that served were pretty distant. So we didn't get to talk about it. And my brother, I had one older brother that was in the Navy, and the Air Force, and it really fucked him up. He got addicted to some illicit substances, and he was never really the same afterwards. And he didn't talk about his experiences, and so I don't know anything about his experience in the Air Force, unfortunately. So any information you can do to kind of fill that out is helpful, since I don't have the background requisite knowledge. There we go. Kane, thank you for the super chat to Trump supporters to the front lines, proudly armed with slogans and red caps. I mean, that is about it, right? These are the type of people, a lot of them, they love like to bang the Warhawk drum, but they don't want to actually be there themselves. They want to send other people's kids. You know what I mean? Nero, or Neon Kaiser, that's a reference to Revelation 13 and the 666. Big W says, Hail Doug, if you do a book tour, make sure you make a stop in Seabeth. Oh, you know I'm going to make a stop in Columbus. Fuck yeah, of course. Bring Doug and Sharon too. I will, for sure. They're right here with me. Obviously, I'm bringing Doug and Sharon. I'll buy several copies to share, and you a whiskey or a Kraken. Cheers. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And now that you mention it, I did run out of Kraken. I've got to get some more Kraken this week. I'll put that on the top of my to-do list, friends. And EB, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 666. His longtime viewer here recently got the girlfriend into your stuff too. Definitely love that. We love your content, but we love the kitties. More kitty cam. Rock hard for Doug. Well, that was another reason why I moved my camera back. So on both live streams now, you should be able to see Faraday as Faraday is in my lap trying to cuddle. But they're at a point now where they're sleeping a lot less and playing a lot more. So like right now they're scampering throughout the house, wrestling around. As they get closer to bedtime, they'll get tired. They'll get tuckered out. We'll see them back in here. Yes, Sumi, thank you for the £5 pound chat. I really appreciate it. And last super chat for now from our friend Interstate says religion will persist so long as men fear death. Sigmund Freud, The Future of an Illusion. I think that's true. I think a lot of religion is the goal of the religion is to quell the fears of people dying. That seems to be the case. All right. Now, we were going to get our next YouTube guest in there, which doesn't have a name, but we'll bring them in anyways. Welcome, nameless guest. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. And what should we call you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't quite know how to log into TikTok, but my name is Robert.
Robert. Okay. Well, you don't have to log into TikTok. You're on YouTube right now, which is
okay.
just fine. So I've got a link on the screen for people that are watching on YouTube to join. You don't have to use the link on the screen if you're on TikTok. If you're on TikTok, you can just hit the guest request button. But it's okay. You're here now, and everything works. So, which God do you believe in?
Well, I was raised Jehovah's Witness, so I guess the God I was raised to believe was Jehovah.
Sure. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for that particular God being real?
Well, that's the part. I just believe that something had to have created the universe. I just don't believe in a Big Bang theory.
Well, the Big Bang isn't a creation event, right? So the Big Bang is just the beginning of the expansion of our current phase, right? So personally, I believe that the universe has always existed, and this was a popular belief throughout history. In fact, a lot of the ancient Greeks believed the same thing. So I don't really see a good reason to think that there was ever a creation. What evidence or like piece of argumentation would lead me to believe that there was?
Well, I mean, to flip it on you, how do you believe humans came into existence?
Well, that doesn't actually answer my question. Do you hear my question?
Okay, you said, can you repeat it again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I asked what evidence or what argument is available that would lead one to believe, myself especially, that there was a creation or a beginning at all.
Well, I mean, if you look in the Bible, it outlines everything, like
So what?
how God created the heavens and the earth. Everything is kind of chronologically.
We have other creation accounts. You can read the creation accounts of the Assyrians and Babylonians. You can read the creation account by Marduk. But like, just because the account exists doesn't mean it's true. You know that, right?
Right. I agree with you on that.
All right. Yeah. So like,
but
why would we accept a creation account without being able to verify that it's true? Especially the biblical account is just demonstrably untrue. It says that rivers existed for, 2,000 years before rainfall. And some of the rivers that were listed, we know for a fact, are dependent on rainfall because they start at the tops of the mountain.
Right. But don't you think that since man wrote the Bible, that a lot of things is his own imagination?
Yeah, you nailed it, Robert. Yeah, like there's a lot of stuff in the Bible that is just the imagination of the authors, which is why we shouldn't treat it like a serious religious text that came from a deity.
Right. Because just like the trumpet, did the trumpet get invented in the 1800s? But yet in First Thessalonians, it talks about they will hear the trumpet, and they will all rise up. So I just think it's a lot of man's imagination.
I agree with you. That's why we see verses where like it talks about the end times, about how people are going to be like warring on horses and with like swords. They had no idea what things would be like in the end times, right? They were writing a story about the future that made sense to them, but the idea that people are going to go to war on horses is ridiculous. But that's what we're expected to believe. Like in Zechariah 9, when it talks about the coming king, the messianic king, it says he's going to cut off the war chariots from Ephraim, the war horses, and also the archerers. Well, like, fuck, nobody's using war horses or chariots or archery anymore in war. It's a preposterous thing to think about. But that's because they're just using their own noggin to make end times predictions. It's all fabricated.
Right, right. But it's funny, Justin. A lot of stuff that you believe in, the Jehovah's Witnesses believe in too, because they don't believe in the Trinity. I
Now,
know you don't believe in the Trinity.
there are some things that the JWs and I do agree on. So I think when the JW religion was trying to be founded, when it was being designed, rather, I think there's a lot of people that like inherently knew some of the problems, like the logical problems with Christianity, and they made some tweaks and changes to it to make it more sensible. And one of the things is they got rid of the Trinity because the Trinity is nonsense. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but now how would you? I mean, for when you was a Trinitarian, how did you explain like where Thomas tells Jesus, "My Lord and my God" in John 20:28?
What about it?
How as a Trinitarian did you explain that? I mean,
Well,
because
so I don't know if I was ever a true Trinitarian the way that the Catholic Church teaches it. I was willing to believe in partialism, which is that Jesus is part of the Godhead. He's one part of it. Now, partialism is a heresy, but that's how I squared the peg when I was a Christian. I said, listen, if Jesus is God and there's only one God, then the only logical way to look at it is that Jesus is one part of the Godhead. It's just unfortunate that the early church deemed that heretical, so you couldn't use that because logically it makes sense.
yeah, well, Jehovah's Witnesses believe that God created Jesus, and then Jesus helped him create everything else. So
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of what something I think Arius used to believe in the first century, or and I know Jehovah's Witnesses. I mean, the churches always say Jehovah's Witnesses are Arians because they believe in like a big God, little God,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I just never could accept that Jesus was God. I just never could swallow that.
Well, I'm with you. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I think the doctrine of the Trinity is basically dead on arrival. And if you look at the earliest strata of the New Testament, it appears like they believed in adoptionism, which is that Jesus was the Son of God, only in that he was adopted by God in the same way we see in Psalm chapter 2. In Psalm 2, we hear that David is a begotten son. In fact, let me grab it. Is it verse 7? I think it is. We'll put it on the screen. It says, I will tell of the decree of the Lord. He said to me, you are my son. Today I have begotten you. Oh, interesting. So this is King David talking. So like if King David is a begotten son of God and Jesus is a begotten son of God, then it just must mean that this is some sort of a spiritual fathership. This is not saying that Jesus is literally God or that David is literally God, you know?
Right, right, right. And also, I know you said you don't believe in hellfire, and Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in hellfire either. So there's a lot of
Mhm.
things that you believe in that they believe in.
Yeah,
So you have a lot of common things that that we share together.
that is true. So I mean, I know some JWs, and we do share a lot of common views, especially on the Old Testament. The JWs do a much better job of interpreting the Old Testament through the lens of the ancient Near Eastern archaeological findings that we have, whereas the Christians are
Hmm.
still they're stuck way before the findings. But nevertheless, so like I assume you're still some sort of a quasi JW. What would be like you believe in Jesus, just not the Trinity? What would be a good argument for the God that you worship being real?
I think most of it, it's fear. I just
Oh,
fear that, and I'm kind of not deconstructing, but I'm kind of questioning a lot of stuff,
Sure.
So I'm kind of a little in limbo right now, I just because that's all I know growing up, but I have so many questions about the Bible and just so many things just don't make sense.
So, I mean,
So,
I get that. We've ran into a lot of people here that are deconstructing because, like, the reality is, if you're being honest with yourself and the information, like everybody should be deconstructing. Everybody should be trying to look at new information and be asking themselves, "Hey, what does this mean?" So, let me ask you one final question then. What is keeping you in it? So, for example, when I was towards the later stages of my Christian deconstruction, the thing that was kind of keeping me in it was not necessarily that I thought Christianity was compelling. It's just that I kind of already believed in a generic God at least. So I was like, well, of the generic gods, I think this is the one that, the Christian version of it is the one I would like best. What's keeping you in it?
part of it is I'm terrified of Armageddon. Okay, I know what the witnesses say about Armageddon and the Great Tribulation and the end times, and that's just fear right there. I just don't want to be on the outside of God's wrath. And I know that
Well,
sounds crazy, but that's really the main reason why. Because
yeah.
I probably would have left religion a long time ago if it wasn't for that fear.
Well, that's because you still believe it, right? So, for example, I didn't really have a fear of hell when I deconstructed because that was one of the first beliefs that I gave up. Like I already didn't believe in hell. It wasn't a big deal for me, right? So if you're afraid of going to hell, or not of hell, but of some sort of negative ramification, right? If you're afraid of it, well, that just means that you still believe something, right? So what about the religion still convinces you that it's true?
Well, I guess it's kind of what you were saying. Is just that the way they teach the Bible. I just think they teach the Bible the closest thing, you know, to what Jesus and the early prophets taught. I know they've made mistakes. Don't get me wrong. I know they said certain things were going to happen in certain time periods, but I think
Hmm.
they're the closest thing to what the true teachings of the Bible is.
Sure, but what if the
Because
Bible's not true?
that's kind of what I'm afraid of. I guess that's if it's if the Bible's not true, then what do I believe in?
Exactly. Yeah. So like I definitely get the idea that, like, listen, if you're going to believe in this type of a God, you want something that's closest to the Bible God, right? But if the Bible God is not real, trying to find the teaching that's closest to the Bible, or that best represents the Bible, well, it's kind of a meaningless endeavor, right? So I think what we should ask ourselves is whether or not the Bible itself should even be trusted. Do you, in your, it sounds like you're probably going to say no, but do you believe that the Bible is inerrant, or do you believe that it does have like errors and stuff like that?
I think since man wrote it, I think they put their own ideas in it. A lot of it. So I
Okay,
do think there's some errors in there.
sure.
You
So,
know,
what percentage of it do you think is true versus not true?
the honest truth, Justin, I could never swallow the flood story. Even when I was a Jehovah's Witness, I just could never swallow that. I just always
Right.
thought that was a fairy tale,
Yeah.
and I never could swallow Jonah being swallowed by a big fish, and it's just it seems so much like a fairy tale. So those kind of stories I had always kind of suspect, but just the basic teachings of Jesus, like be a good person and all that, I kind of agreed with, and that if you treat others the way you want to be treated, the golden rule, I kind of agree with that. So the principles of the Bible I agree with, but just a lot of the stories I have trouble with.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
I just never could understand why would God save animals for the flood, but just kill babies? Now that just never made sense to me.
Right.
You know,
And
he gonna save
well,
he
the
gonna
problem
save
of evil
animals.
can be extended out even further, right? So, for example, let's consider the problem of evil a little bit, right? So, if you believe in a God that's good, and a God that's like merciful and just, right? Then what I would expect is that that God would do everything to not cause unnecessary suffering. Now, it might be that there's some level of necessary suffering, and I don't know what I would classify as necessary, but what I do know is that there's some suffering that I know is not necessary. And I would point to things like earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis, things like that. Diseases that afflict babies like bone cancer, Lesch-Nyhan syndrome, different things like that, right? If God is good, I feel like he would have designed the planet in a way in which it was mercilessly and in high numbers destroying its own inhabitants. Because if I'm a good father and I
Yeah,
build a house for my children and the house is murdering, you know, 5% of my children every so often, like, well, I'm a really bad father for building that house.
right. Yeah.
Does
And
that
then
make sense?
also too, Justin, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What made me really start questioning a lot of things is that just seeing so many these televangelists on TV, and most of them are doing things, they sleeping around, doing all kind of things, and
Oh yeah.
yet they want to sit in judgment of other people. And I'm like, how you gonna judge somebody? And you look at Jimmy Tammy Baker and Jimmy Swaggart, and it's crazy how they can point the finger and condemn people,
Hmm.
but they're doing all the same thing,
Yeah.
and it just seems so hypocritical, you know.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy the way the system works. In fact, that was one of the things pretty early on that I noticed because my dad used to watch the televangelist every Sunday. He would watch the televangelist, and I started researching these televangelists because I discovered one of them that I thought was really interesting. I was like, I wonder what his background is, and like I learned that he didn't go to Bible college, he didn't go to seminary, he has no actual credentials, he doesn't actually know what he's talking about, and they're like, oh, I'm like that's kind of weird. I'm like, but he was the one that sounded smart. And so I researched all of them. It's like it turned out all of them are frauds. None of them have degrees. None of them have credentials. None of them have any professional training in studying the Bible. They shouldn't be on a stage teaching people about it. And then pretty quickly I learned about all the scandals, about how they were laundering money, how they were hiring prostitutes, how they were having affairs. I was like, holy fucking shit, these people are horrible human beings, right? But like the Bible would lead us to believe that when you become a Christian, your life is different. You're not like that anymore. But what I can see from the world around me, from being in Christianity for 20 years, is that there's no difference between Christians and non-Christians in terms of behavior. The only difference is Christians think that they'll get forgiven, and non-Christians don't need to be forgiven by God. They actually go and ask for forgiveness to the person they hurt. So I think
Right,
that's a good
right.
indication that the Holy Spirit is not real, and it's certainly not helping anybody out in their day-to-day dealings with mankind.
Yeah. And then also the Trump supporters, now they supposed to be so Christian and this and that, but look at Pete Hessick. He done slept around on his wife, had babies out of wedlock, but yet he's
Yep.
always talking about Jesus this, Jesus that, and
Yep.
it just
And
seems so phony.
yeah, also RFK had an affair leading up to the election that they had to like cover up and bury for the time being. But as soon as he's out of office, his divorce is going to they're going to get separated and divorced because of it.
Oh
These
yeah, and look
Yeah.
at and Trump himself, he done had slept around on his wives too. So, but yet
Yeah.
they always want to act like they're so high and mighty, religious wise,
Yeah. It's
But
true.
it just makes you question. And but I love listening to your videos. I'm hooked on them now.
Well, listen, Robert, I appreciate you coming by. It sounds like you're in the deconstruction along with all of us. So we really wish you the best of luck in your time deconstructing, because like it's, while there you'll find interesting points, we know it can be kind of difficult because sometimes you'll run up on information that you don't like. But we appreciate being part of the community and watching the channel, and reach out to us if you ever need to chat or have questions.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Cheers, buddy. W. Robert. I talked to a Robert once before, probably over a year ago now, that sounded a little bit like that Robert, but not enough to be the same Robert. Clearly a different Robert, but nice guy. Both of them were really nice, actually. Good people to talk to. Let me grab some super chats while we're waiting for the next guest to load up. The link to join is tiny.cc/DZ live. If you're on TikTok, you can just hit the guest request on TikTok. You don't have to use the link on the screen. The link on the screen is for people watching on YouTube. I am debating whether or not I'm going to start streaming to Twitch again, now that I've got faster internet and I've got a better computer setup to do it with. I think I've got enough bandwidth. I could add Twitch into the mix and then maybe add Facebook back into the mix. It's a long story, but we'll check on it. I don't know if Facebook and Twitch or even Kick, if they're worth the bandwidth of streaming to them. But if there are people here that would rather watch over there, I'm more than happy to do it as long as we can do it. Yeah, Dirty Rotten Dog, you got some green flashes because I've got I've got 3 monitors, and one of my monitors is starting to go bad. And every so many minutes, it like flickers green and does some crazy shit. And it fucks everything up. That being said, I'm going to go tomorrow to get a replacement for it. It's probably like, I don't know, it's probably 8 years old at this point. It's just been overused. I'm going to get a replacement for it tomorrow, and we'll get that taken care of. Anyways, for the most part though, we work through the technology makes these live streams possible, but also the technology always brings kind of its own challenges. I am the Big Cheese. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, yeah, I do need a 4th monitor. You're right. I'm the Big Cheese says, I am sick of the argument that theists assert that humanity is innately wicked and evil and needs to be saved. I agree. It's a depressing thing, right? To try to force people to believe that they're inherently evil. Atheists shouldn't tacitly grant this. I never would. Humanity is good, and that is despite religion. I think overall humanity is good. I think we have some really rotten eggs that ruin it for everybody. And we talk about the MAGA movement and whatnot, but even, a lot of people in the MAGA movement are good people. They just don't realize that they're in a cult. They have no idea. Same way with people in this religion. The people in these religions, a lot of them are good people. They don't realize they're in a cult. They don't know they've been lied to, right? And that's the difficult part, is there are a lot of people that gets caught up in these movements that aren't bad people. They just don't have the knowledge or the background to know that they're being hoodwinked. Wraith, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, a dime was worth it to hear you say bungles. Sorry, there has to be a little. So if you're a Cleveland Browns fan, there's not necessarily a rivalry between Cleveland and Cincinnati. But sometimes we joke with each other a little bit. So sometimes we'll call the Bengals the Bungles, because for a long time they were just as bad as the Browns, although that's certainly not the case these days. Phil Follower, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, what are the best excuses you have heard from peeps for God giving a shit about the Tower of Babel if heaven is just spiritual and not in the actual sky? So I bring this up when I get into arguments about people who claim that God isn't just a sky daddy. I bring up the Tower of Babel because God has to come down from the sky, because Hashemayim in Hebrew, the word for heavens, is where it says the tower is trying to reach. Now, Christians will say this. They'll say, well, they were trying to reach outer space. Well, that's bullshit. It clearly wasn't the case. They were trying to reach the sky. They believed that the sky is, in fact, where the gods were. That's why the ziggurats, they said the ziggurats were the gateway between heaven and earth. Some of them were named after the deities that say the gateway of so and such God, right? Because they believed that the ziggurat was essentially a man-made mountain, and they believed that a lot of deities lived at the tops of mountains because the tops of the mountains were touching the clouds, touching the sky, right? So we have this concept of, well, we're going to build something that will get us to the sky where the gods are. And in fact, even in Gilgamesh says, who can ascend to the sky or to the heavens, either one, and live forever like the gods? This idea that you could live forever if you could only reach the throne of God, reach the habitation of the gods and live up there and eat the food of the gods, you could get immortality. That's like the tale of Adapa, right? So certainly the Tower of Babel is a great story if you want to demonstrate that the God of the Bible isn't living in a fictitious kingdom far away in outer space somewhere. He's just up there in the sky. In fact, we've got verses that says, who is like our God in all of the skies? And then it talks about God being in the skies, fucking among the clouds and the birds. That's why when in Daniel 7, when the son, the one who's like the Son of Man is meeting with Yahweh, the high God, he comes from the clouds of the sky. In Thessalonians, when Jesus comes back, he comes from the clouds of the sky, because the sky where the clouds are is where they envision the gods being. This is all there is to it. I'm the Big Cheese. Thank you for the $10 super chat. My point is, there are many people in history and today who are arguably as moral, selfless, and good as the Jesus in Christianity. I agree there. If not more so. They don't need a God or miracles to live this way. I mean, that certainly is the case. Like, there are plenty of really good people, good examples of people today that we could point to that aren't cult leaders, that, you know, didn't advocate for stoning children, didn't advocate for turning mother against daughter and father against son, didn't say you have to hate your family, so on and so forth. Rust and Dust, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, thoughts on the evolution of Sheol by Jesus' time. How much of hell, mainly represented in Matthew, would Jesus actually believe versus Greek thought compared to simply annihilationism or annihilation like Jews believe? Okay, well, there's a microcosm. Not all the Jews believe that. Some of them, like the Sadducees, especially those from the area of Galilee, didn't believe in an afterlife. So there's a huge contingent of the Jews that didn't believe in an afterlife. The Pharisees and more mainline Judaism did believe in an afterlife. Certainly the people like the Essenes believed in some kind of an afterlife, it seems. Daniel seems to paint an afterlife. Now, on the cheat sheet, I did something on the cheat sheet for people wondering about hell. I've got a tab on the cheat sheet just called hell. And what I've done is I've documented every single reference of hell in like a chronological fashion. So I've got all mentions of hell or Hades or eternal punishment or fires referring to hell as mentioned in the Dead Sea Scrolls listed. And then I do the same thing for all the mentions of Gehenna from the Mishnah and Talmudic resources. And then I've got the Jewish writings like Josephus. And then I've got the Jewish pseudepigrapha mentions of hell, like the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs. And the apocalyptical and the apocrypha literature mentions of Gehenna, fire, Hades, hell as well. And then finally, I've got all the mentions of the New Testament. I've got almost 140 mentions of hell leading up to when Jesus walked on the earth and started talking about it. So if you want to have a good, robust background of when Jesus talked about this afterlife, what the fuck did he mean? That page on the cheat sheet's going to get you to the finish line. I believe Jesus thought hell was going to be a time of fire and anguish, wailing and gnashing of teeth, and then eventually annihilation. That's my reading of it. I could be wrong. The Very Hungry Singularity, interesting name. Thank you for the super chat. It says, we need a counter for guests who need to replace their smoke detector battery. I know. You know, it's funny. I was adding sounds to my soundboard today, and I found a smoke detector beep. And I was like, you know what? I should add that to the soundboard and just fuck with some of the guests and let it beep every so often and tell them that they need to change the battery. I didn't do it. But that would be fun to literally see if I could convince the guest that their smoke detector is beeping. Because it happens so fucking frequently. I don't understand who in the world is sitting around at home listening to that beep, every minute and a half. It would drive me in fucking sane. I would lose my mind. I wouldn't be able to handle it. I don't know how anyone's doing that, but it is what it is. We're still waiting for a guest, so I'm going to keep reading the super chats. Mark of the Beast. Make the best of what is around. Fuck, that's a long name. Thank you for the super chat. It says, can you please give an overview of the errors of the Septuagint? Well, there's like thousands of them. So I guess I don't really know what kind of errors you want. I mean, one of my favorite list of errors in the Septuagint is what they did in Jeremiah. So it was very clear that Jeremiah was being edited and redacted, hundreds of years after the fact. If you compare the Masoretic tradition with the Septuagint tradition of Jeremiah, you'll find huge, huge changes. I think my biggest complaint, though, is how they did the book of Job. They didn't know how to translate a lot of Job. And so, partially because Job is like pretending to be partially Aramaic when it's not. So there's a lot of words they didn't know what to do with, and they didn't really know Hebrew parallelism very well either. So they condensed Job, like where there was Hebrew parallelism, they condensed it into one line instead of two lines. And then there's a lot of words in the Septuagint when you read Job that don't make sense because they didn't know what the fuck they were translating. And Job is actually about 25 to 30% shorter in the Septuagint than it is in the Masoretic Hebrew text because they didn't know what they were doing with it. The Septuagint was pretty rough. The translation notes from Sir Lancelot Brenton. Brenton is like the most popular free version of the Septuagint. He says of all the translations of the Septuagint of the Hebrew Bible, that Isaiah is one of the worst. Now, I don't know if that's true. I think their translation of Job is probably the worst. But, I mean, that gives you a flavor. Like, a lot of people understood this translation to not be good, partially because it wasn't done by professionals, and partially because some of the stuff in the Hebrew Bible is ridiculous anyways. Space Lord, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey Justin, Sagan's Demon Haunted World is a good book on science and skepticism, not just on atheism. I've never heard of it, but I do love me some Sagan. I'll have to check them out. I know there are good atheistic books out there. I just don't know about them. I've never read them. Dexter, my friend, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, it was nice seeing you on Jovan's channel the other day. I love seeing your reach expand. Well, thank you, Dexter. It was funny. I was watching Jovan and I was in the middle of doing stuff and it was like my son's bedtime. And I was like, fuck, we got to get in the bath. We got to get ready for bed. But Jovan had this collar on and he was going to do some prophecy nonsense. I was like, fuck it. I'm going to pop out for 15 minutes and see if I can jump on his live and help out and cook with him. But we're going to get together and do a live stream together. We're both so busy, we haven't really made it happen, but we're going to make it happen. Night Owl, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, what's the best Bible for studying? I want to get smarter about the Bible so I can speak more about it. So, well, there are two Bibles that I always recommend. Probably the most notable is the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible with the Apocrypha. This is published by Oxford, obviously. It is the premier scholarly study Bible. If you go to Bible college or seminary, they'll recommend that you get it. If you want something that is that's comparable but of the Catholic flavor, then you can get the Catholic Study Bible, 3rd edition. Don't get the 2nd edition. Get the 3rd edition. That being said, I like the Catholic Study Bible. I don't like this version of it. I'll tell you why. Even though it's got the tabs, I don't like this version of it because the pages are super thin and the bleed through is rough. It makes it really tough to read. Pages are crazy thin. I've got another edition, and and it doesn't actually sell itself as a Catholic study Bible, but it has the same notes. They took the Catholic study Bible and they put it into another Bible with better paper and notes for taking margins, or margins for taking notes. And they organized the notes at the bottom better. They utilized their white space very effectively. It's very clean looking. This is called the Catholic Note-Taking Bible, and it's phenomenal. My only complaint is that it only comes in this soft, like fake leather, and I'm sure in 5 to 6 years it'll be deteriorated. These covers never last. But that's fine. My original New Oxford Annotated Bible was a paper cover, and after like 8 or 9 years, when I destroyed the cover, I just glued some pieces of leather on it, and it's back in business. So like you've probably seen me carry around a Bible that's got a black and gray cover on it. That's because I just grabbed some black and gray leather and glued it over top of my paper cover. I was like, fuck it, I'm not getting rid of this Bible. All my notes are in it. Carlos, thank you for the super chat. Says, I've seen atheists with way better morals than Christians. Well, that certainly seems to be the case more often than not, at least in these circles. Christians aren't exactly beacons of virtue. And Space Lord says, seems to me that tomb burials were probably rare in the ancient world. I mean, it depends on who you were. If you own land, you would want to bury your family members in ancestral tombs. If you're Jewish, what you typically have community tombs, and then when the person died, you would put them in a community tomb until their bodies decomposed to the point where you can move the bones to a final resting place. So the tombs were quite literally temporary holding places. A lot of times when people buried the bones of their ancestors in tombs, they were like carved into the sides of mountains in like remote places. They weren't like in the middle of a city somewhere. They would wait for the decomposition, then they would take the bones and bury the bones somewhere. That's typically what happened. Genji, thank you for the super chat. Says, Ox, please read the Infancy Gospel of Thomas if you want to really spice your life. I really do recommend it. Read the Infancy Gospel of Thomas and then read the Apocryphal Acts of Peter. You won't regret it. I promise you won't regret it. It's fucking amazing. There's wizards duels. Jesus is making birds from clay. Dogs are giving speeches. It's a wild ride. I promise you won't regret that. Fafo says, as a black dude who went through the same thing as Caller, I mean Ox, I believe, just know, my brother, you're going to be okay. And you know what, Ox, if you're listening, like a lot of us were there. I know we said this, like it can feel like you're the only one when you're in the deep recesses of deconstruction, but I promise you, you're not. We've all been there. And I agree, Jeff. Jeff says that's a brave effing soldier, and we 100% agree with Ox there. He was a brave man. Gaius Husky says, if Jesus lived like royalty infinitely into the past and had a bad weekend before living as royalty into the future forever, where's the sacrifice? There is none. Listen, if Jesus was adorned as a god for infinity past moments and will be for infinity future moments, then fucking 2 days in the ground, is this a little fucking nap? It's nothing. A little scourging, little crucifixion. Fuck, I do that. Fuck, if I'm a god, if I've been alive for infinity years, I'm hoping to manifest as a god and get a little whipping and scourging done. It'll be a nice change. Fuck, you get bored after a trillion years. That's crazy. Thinking you're just going to hang out for trillions and trillions of years and not get bored doing that shit. She says, Ox is the greatest caller ever. And thank you for your service, sir. Well, thank you. And I think the service for Ox, we definitely want to thank Ox for his service. He's doing the hard work for sure. Miss Meg says, I feel fortunate I never went through a difficult deconstruction. Some people don't, especially people who never believed. Even the idea that there is no heaven didn't seem very real to me. W to the guest. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I really do. Not everybody leaves the cult, or not everybody's firmly in the cult, right? If you're not firmly planted in the cult, it's easier to leave it. You can just walk away. Dorian's Portrait says, for Christmas this year, do a DZ-themed advent calendar with a different bullshit prophecy behind each door. I'd buy 10. That is a really good idea, actually. That is a good idea. Speaking of which, I am putting a calendar together with those in the Deconstruction Junction to do a fundraiser. We're going to be selling Deconstruction Junction calendars with the money going to charity, going to our nonprofit. And we're going to have spreads of all the people in the community that we can get spreads of. And obviously the pets. Obviously our pets are going to be in the photos. So be looking forward for that. I'll definitely let everybody know when we get to that point so that people can buy their calendars. I think it's going to be pretty dope. I am the cheese says resurrection isn't a demonstration of the existence of a god. I prefer my gods to be tougher than nails. Rock solid. That's right. No one's going to nail Doug to the cross. Doug is used to nail other people to the cross. And Sonic Shroom says, I'm not going to the festival because I have not come yet. Leave me alone to finish. I do love when I read that passage to people and I could tell that they're in so much cognitive dissonance that they no longer know how English works. Like their brain is immediately broken on John 7:7. Gaius Huxley says Jared is more dense than a neutron star. That is the case. That's why I lost my patience with him, because every time I talk to Jared, he has no actual ability to articulate a reasonable response to anything I say. He just says nuh-uh, and then just doubles down and says it's true because I say it's true. He's not worth talking to. Which, Lockfree, I agree. Jared should go back to Subway. Well, actually, fucking that Jared should stay in prison. But the other Jared, yeah, let's send him to Subway. We're not going to bring him up here anymore. Sourdough, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I'm newish to Ohio. Well, welcome to Ohio. You're from Columbus currently. It says, I'm happy to have found your channel and by the extension, the Leaving Faith channel. Thank you. Yeah, Leaving Faith is amazing. In fact, I'm sure we'll be live streaming again soon in the near future. But yeah, if you're not following Sarah's channel, I highly recommend it. There's a lot of good people in the community. And I hope that when you find my channel, you'll find the others. Ash says, you just know you're in for a real treat when you can hear the caller's smoke alarm. They leave their emergency preparedness up to Jesus. That is 100% it, Ash. And to me, when I get a caller on here and I hear the smoke detector, my first thought is, oh no, this person's going to be brain dead. And I know I shouldn't think that. That shouldn't be my first thought. But that is my first thought. I just feel like if you don't have enough foresight to change your smoke detector batteries, I certainly don't believe that you're reading this book or studying anything worthwhile. That I'm sure I'm being biased and rude, but that's where I'm at. Blockfree says the thick chic motherfucker. You know I have a lisp. What are you doing to me? Okay, the sixth thick sheiks sixth sheep sick. Okay, that was funny to hear. I assume. Listen, Lockfree. That's mean. That's really mean. I'll accept it because I love you, but that's some rough stuff trying to get a guy with a lisp to pronounce any of that bullshit, especially this late at night. Holy shit, I'm lucky that my lips even work. I'm the Big Cheese says, future topic idea. The Bible contradicts classical theism. Want to combat the stupidity of classical theism, how they are sophists, buttheads. Actually, this is a really good idea because this is basically inviting the theist, the Philbro theist, to come up and learn that theism, especially the Christians, don't match the Bible at all. I've got a list of topics, like new topics I want to run. I'm adding that to the list as we speak. We're going to say classical theism contradicts the Bible. I love it. This is a really good topic, Cheese. In fact, now I'm kind of excited. I've been kind of toying around with the idea of picking a live stream every now and then and inviting the Philbros to come on and embarrass themselves. I think this is a really good way to do it with this topic. I love this. Thank you for that. And David, thank you for the $20 super chat, says Jesus, who was a carpenter, died at age 33. Karen Carpenter, the singer, also died at age 33. Therefore, Karen Carpenter was the second coming of Christ. Clearly that is the case, David. Christ's death at 33 was a typological prophecy about Karen Carpenter. That it's just true. It's foreshadowing his typology. It has to be true. Praise Karen Carpenter. And Evrail, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says education and entertainment. Take my money. Thank you so much for what you do. Rock hard for Doug. Praise Giallo Jesus. Fuck me. The jokes are good tonight. Hold on. There we go. Get the rim shot in there. Well, friends, we still don't have any opposition. It is late and it is Sunday. And I know right now a lot of people are out watching Forrest. Is Forrest on late night tonight? Let me see. A lot of people are probably out watching Forrest on the Line do his late night show. No, it's not Forrest tonight. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna keep reading some super chats. If we get a guest, we'll bring the guest in. If not, we'll see. B Green says thank you for your donation. Well, B Green, listen, we appreciate your donation, friend. Thank you for supporting the channel. And JW, thank you for your $20 super chat. It says 10 for the kitties, 10 towards jumping demon haunted world to the front of your reading list. Demon haunted. What I have to write that down before I forget it too. Hold on. Demon haunted world. Okay. We'll get that done. I've got the Carl Sagan book pulled up on Amazon. I'll get it added to my to-do list. The paperback's only $11, guys. So I mean, really no reason not to not to get that taken care of. I just took care of it right now. Thank you for that. And Tired of Liars, thank you for the super chat. Says, have you researched the origin of the world hell? I think you mean word. The 7th century AD Celtic origin. No? I mean, oh, you mean the English word hell? Well, yeah, I mean, the English word hell is not in the Bible. No, of course not. It says they believed in 12 months of punishment, explanted to Scandinavia, then adopted Christianity in the 10th century. Sure, that's the case. We even have texts in the Jewish writings that would lead one to believe that hell is only for a certain number of months. In fact, let me grab you a passage. This is from Seder Olam. This is a Talmudic writing. And it says, the judgment of the wicked in Gehenna lasts 12 months. As it says, it shall be from new moon to new moon, so on and so forth. So there were some Jews that believed that hell was only for a maximum of 12 months as well. They couldn't conceive of eternal conscious torment. And Grimmy, also our friend Grimlock, thank you so much for I believe this is Grimlock. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's huge, my friend. Says, hey, having a parent that was an IDS polygamist. Oh, wow. I mean, LDS. You're a bit hard. You're a bit hard to listen to since you use so much scripture in your arguments, but love you regardless. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Grim. To me, I think the use of scripture in my arguments is what makes it my channel work, right? I think once you defeat their holy scriptures, then they can't cling to this God anymore. All of these religions, Christianity, all the Abrahamic religions, whatnot, they're rooted in a book, a sacred book. When that book is failed, when it's no longer sacred, that opens up the door to say, hey, if this isn't true, what else isn't true, right? So that's why, that's why I attack the books. I specifically do my deconstruction work, trying to work on the claims of the religion and the claims of the book. And I think that gets us to the destination the fastest. Okay, let's bring in our next guest. Dre popped into our guest box from TikTok. So we'll get some conversations rolling. Dre, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yeah, and yes.
Awesome. And what God do you believe in?
Christian God.
Awesome. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
The Bible and what's the word I'm looking for? Miracles.
Sure. Well, we can do either one of them. So, what about the Bible would lead one to believe that Jesus is God or anything else?
Yeah, sure. I mean, to be honest, I just have my faith in the Bible. I trust it because I agree with it. You know what the word teaches us, how to live, and
Well, it
it
says
gives
that
me
you can own
peace as well.
slaves. Should we do that?
Sorry,
The Bible says we can own slaves. Is that a good way to live?
is that for all time or was that just for back then?
Yeah. I mean, even if it was for a temporary time period, it's still horrific, isn't it?
There must be a reason for that, don't you think?
What reason?
I mean, I think we're all still slaves, but we just call it jobs.
No, we're not slaves. A slave is someone who's owned as property. You have no ability to leave. You're not allowed to leave. You are.
Sorry
What,
about that. I fell asleep.
you 12? You're 12 years old?
Sorry about that, mate. Sorry, man.
These people aren't serious. Christians have nothing left to offer. They're completely out. They have nothing. It's embarrassing that they get into guest boxes to do that. They're really winning people to Christ. When I was a Christian, I would have been embarrassed. I would have saw this happening in a live stream and I would have been embarrassed because now the next time a Christian comes up, people aren't going to take him seriously. You know what I mean? All right. Well, I'm going to read what's left of the super chats, and I guess that's probably going to be the end of the stream, which is fine. I usually don't stream on Sunday nights. We'll end the stream and we'll send you over to the line. They're going late tonight, as far as I'm aware. Rust and Dust says, "Thank you. I meant Jehovah's Witnesses for the caller, but your answer was perfect and precisely what I asked. JWs use no hell as a win." They really kind of do, right? And to be fair, I get it. If you can concoct a religion from the Bible that doesn't include hell, that's way more palatable than the one in the New Testament. And Lobes the Absurdist says, "Excited to see you on the secular perspective." I have no idea what that is. I'm sure I was on it, though. By the way, did you hear about cyber deconstruction versus cyber deconstruction debate coming up? What? There's two cyber deconstructions, and they're debating each other. Wait, what's the secular perspective? Was I on that? Fuck me, I'm losing track. I'm losing track of everywhere I've been. It's a podcast. Let's see. Maybe I was on it. I don't know. I've done quite a few podcast appearances and appearances on other people's shows because, you know, I want to help people out in the community. You know, if somebody has a podcast and they want to have me on it, I always say yes. But I don't know if I've been on the secular perspective. I don't recognize it, but maybe you mean I'm going to be on it in the future. That might be the case. I would like to hear more about the cyber deconstruction debate, though, for sure. And the deconstructed JW says, "Does the Bible forbid abortion?" No, there's nothing in the Bible. In fact, Numbers chapter 5 explicitly gives you a ritual for causing abortions. So, and the price. Secular perspective is joyful apostates. Okay, gotcha. Joyful Apostate's new channel is called Secular Perspective. I got it now. That makes more sense. I forgot about that. I forget he's rebranded twice now. I'm losing track, but I love him. Yeah, we're gonna be together pretty soon. Space Lord says infancy gospel is Jesus problem child movie. It really is. It's like the behind the scenes Jesus' childhood. Space Lord says, "Oh damn, maybe more like Jesus the Menace." Yes, it's like Dennis the Menace, but for Jesus. That's really what it is. It's a good read. Hank says, "Somewhere a bridge stands unguarded." That yes, because the trolls are gone. That is the case. Charles says, "Yes, I believe in science over your mythology." Yeah, obviously. Yeah. I'll never understand why people want to lump science into like this category of just something we shouldn't trust. Says she's laughing at her own ignorance. I got to be honest. I think she might have been a troll, that first caller. Charles also says, I thought you thought wrong. She did. She really did think wrong. It is what it is, though. Most of them do. Jeff says the Bible is the best atheist source. Love you, Jay. I agree, Jeff. The best way to deconvert people from Christianity, especially to make atheists, fucking read the Bible, front to back. The road to atheism is paved with well-read Bibles. And Gilliam says, love for Ox, secular therapy project, or recovering from religion. Yeah. So I always forget about the secular therapy project, but yeah, that's a good reference. Definitely should check that out if you need therapy. And Autumn says, does Ox have social media? I'd love to support him. You know, I should have asked, but I think he's going to be in the Discord soon. Look for him in the Discord. And Yabetus says, Ox to Jared feels like a biblical flashbang. I know. It's depressing that you get someone like Ox, and then you have to follow that up with Jared. It's fucking painful. But what's not painful is this amazing name, Volta 007, says, thank you for your donation. Well, thank you for your donation. Amazing screen name. I appreciate that one. And yesterday says, I love the lisp. Well, I appreciate that. Some people don't catch it. Some people do. That's like the number 1 or 2 thing that made me gay for Justin. Well, fuck. I better keep it then. Thank you yesterday. It's funny too, because like when I'm consuming adult beverages, it does get worse because like, so I went through many years of speech therapy to like work on it, right? So like my mouth is trained to kind of work around it, but when I get tired or when I get a little bit tipsy, they stop doing what they're supposed to. My brain control over them starts to loosen their grip. Genji says, Justin, have you listened to the Fall of Civilizations podcast? You would love it. I actually haven't, but I know about it. And you're right, I would love it. I do love reading about that and listening to podcasts about it. I love like History with Sai. There's a lot of really good history podcasts that I enjoy. But unfortunately, the problem I have is I don't get enough time to really listen and read that I want. But we're going to do what we can. Gentleman Viking says, topic idea, apologists are incapable of honestly engaging in good faith. Well, I mean, while we all know that's true, I'm not sure how we turn that into a topic. It is the case, but I feel like that's more of just an argument than a provable case. You know, it's hard to prove when someone's being dishonest versus being willfully obtuse or accidentally obtuse, you know? 1 Million Ant says, unite the schism, collapse the denominations, all hail 1-to-1 aspect ratio on all platforms. It's hip to be square. Happy 2026. Good to have you back. Well, thank you, 1 million amps. I appreciate that. And we do have some people jumping in the queue. So let me grab one more super chat and we'll grab somebody from our queue. Blockfree, thank you for the super chat. It says, Christ has died. Christ has risen. It was a post-mortem priapism. Now I have to look up what a priapism is. I think I know what that means, but we're about to find out. I'm afraid to type it because I know it's going to be like not safe for work. Yeah, it's an erection. Yep, I saw that. Okay. Yeah. Careful where you type that in, friends. Don't type that in on your work PC. It might end badly. Okay, let me grab our next guest in here. None of the guests in the YouTube queue put their names in, so they're all nameless, but one of them has a camera. How you doing, nameless guest with the camera turned on? Are you at least 18, and what should we call you?
Yes, I am. You can call me Todd. It wouldn't give me the option to put it in. I spoke with you once before.
Awesome. Todd, refresh me. Are you a theist? And if so, what kind?
I have a kind of an unfortunate personal history of experiences with God, so I don't have the luxury of disbelief in that. And the questions that I had were given, the answers to questions I had were given to me from the Christian Bible. And so that also puts me in a tough spot when listening to shows like yours. But I don't want to take too much of your time, but I do want to give some follow-up on the last conversation I had with you and some stuff that we talked about that I've watched you talk about before.
Yeah,
Some of
I'm
the
sure we talked
contradictions.
in December. about
Yeah.
the lineages in Matthew and Luke, and also on the prophecy in Daniel?
Yeah, so the 70 weeks of Daniel came up, and I
Okay.
did a little more digging into that one.
Mhm.
And the answer that I got was that the decree of Artaxerxes in Ezra was the one that
It
was
doesn't.
the 483 years,
It's
and there's
not,
still
though.
7 years to
There was
come.
no decree. There's no
Well,
decree
there
of
was a letter.
Artaxerxes. It was a letter,
It was a,
exactly. It's a
it was a
letter
letter
that
that
is
says, "I give
given
you my
to
blessing."
Nehemiah that gives him passage and a little bit of equipment so he can go and do some of his work. It's not a decree. And when we're reading Daniel, it's important to recognize that a word going out is a prophecy, not a decree from a king. And also, God says that Cyrus will rebuild my city, not Artaxerxes.
Well, some historians have dated that letter to basically like if I got a letter from Trump that said, "Go ahead and take this piece of land. Here's resources and protection to go build something." Some would argue that that's a word going out or a notice, but I think
We
your
can
response last time was it was the word of God that went out, but that's not something we can verify, right?
Well, I'm just saying that's in keeping with how Daniel uses the phrase. In Daniel chapter 9, that phrase is used explicitly to refer to a prophecy, a message from God.
That's one interpretation of it, but a
No,
letter
no,
from
that's not
someone
one
like
interpretation.
Artaxerxes.
It's literally true. We went over it. It literally
Well, we got a
says
different starting point.
that a word went out, and it tells you what the word is. In fact, we'll pull it back up again. I never understand why we have to do this so many times on repeat.
That's
So
okay.
in
Just
Daniel
so
9, as he's praying, 1 second. Ba, 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 ba. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so the angel shows up. It says, "At the beginning of your supplications, a word went out, and I have come to declare it." That's a prophecy. A word going out is a prophecy according to how Daniel is using the phrase. So when he uses it again, just a couple sentences later, I have no reason to believe that now it's a letter from Artaxerxes that has nothing to do with this prophecy.
So some translations use the word decree, right? When the decree goes out.
Yep.
Um, so that's just something to point out. Some people have, there's my understanding there are 3 different statements to say go rebuild Jerusalem, and one of them includes the word of the letter from Artaxerxes until Palm Sunday was exactly the number of days
Except it
according to
wasn't
Jewish
the number
calendar.
of days. Because you have
Well,
no idea what day of the year the letter of Artaxerxes was given to him. You have no idea what year it was. You have rough guesses. And it's also true that if you think that this is about the letter of Artaxerxes, that it still doesn't work. The prophecy still doesn't work. Go down to verse 27. Hold on a second. My screen freezing? My browser's moving, but the browser on the screen is not moving. What's happening here?
that's okay. We'll forgive you. It's Sunday.
Why is that happening? Huh.
Well,
That's weird.
it's
I'll just
not going to
re-add.
make or break
There we
the
go.
conversation.
Yeah, it's important though. So it says at the end of the 460 years, it says, "He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half a week he shall make sacrifices and offerings cease." Who's that? Who's making this covenant?
It would be whoever the ruler is at the time that
Who?
allows them to rebuild Jerusalem.
Who? No, this is the end. This is the end of the weeks. This is the last week. In the very last week, it says, "He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half of a week, so 3.5 years, he will make sacrifices and offerings cease." Who is that?
This is the coming Messiah that the Jews are still waiting for, and then the
Oh,
Christians have co-opted.
so that's why it certainly would never work with your interpretation, because there's no gap in the weeks. You don't get 69 weeks and then a gap of thousands of years and then the last week. That's preposterous. It's a period of 490 years. It's 70 times 7, not 70,000 times 7. And it starts in 605, which we covered last time. If you bother to read it from the beginning, it's clear that the 490 years is the years of their devastation. This is why he says, I, Daniel, perceived in the books of the numbers of years that according to the word of the Lord to the prophet Jeremiah must be fulfilled for the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. So he's saying Jerusalem is going to be devastated for 70 years. And he's sitting here after 70 years has passed and is like, what the fuck's happening? Why haven't we been restored like Jeremiah promised? And then he tells you why. When you fast forward, he says, because all Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice, so the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, Leviticus 27 and Deuteronomy 28, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. He has confirmed his word that he spoke against us and against our rulers by bringing us upon us a calamity so great that what was been done against Jerusalem has never been done before been done under the whole heaven, just as it was written in the law of Moses. All this calamity came upon us. So he says, listen, the law of Moses was true. Our calamity is not for 70 years. It's for 490 years. That calamity begins in 605, which means the beginning of counting of the 490 years is 605, and it ends 490 years later. This is not something that ends at the time of Jesus and then is on a 2,000-year pause, and then the last week gets counted at the end. That's the preposterous reading of this text.
So when Daniel, I believe it's later, when he says there's 1 week and 69 weeks, and the 69 weeks is the 483 years from the decree or from the letter that Ezra gave. Some scholars have
he doesn't
gone
say
into
letter.
detail on that. So some scholars have gone into detail on that, and they've marked it down to, the exact number of days. So some people can say, "Hey, I don't feel like that's a contradiction."
No
It's
scholar
actually a pretty
has.
neat thing.
No, there are no legitimate scholars that believe that this is about Jesus. Not even conservative scholars like Tremper Longman. You're referring to people on the internet, not scholars.
Okay. Well, that's one thing. So if we can debunk that. If it's just people on the internet who did the research and you don't accept that, that's fine. Another one that came up was a food law.
Sure, what about it?
One of the things that we supposedly, if we're going to follow these food laws for the Israelites, the rock badger and the rabbit are considered unclean because they chew, in modern language, they chew the cud, which is basically undigested food, right? And
no,
so
the Hebrew tongue, when is literally translated, it means a margin of grain that is brought back up again. We translate that as chewing the cud because that's what we know it to mean. It means you bring your grain back up again, to regurgitate. It's the same word, the same phrase they use to say regurgitate.
Okay. Because I talked with someone who was, I have a friend who is a veterinary surgeon, and asked him about it. He said, "Oh, rabbits have this interesting thing. Well, they have
they
two
eat their
kinds
poop.
of pellets. They have to
I
eat
know.
their poop, and so if they're not given access to that, they have problems with their gut biome, and so it's actually important for them to eat that. And so if you're looking at the term in a strict English translation of saying no, it has to come this process, or if you say no, these are animals that actually go back and they re-eat something that's not fully digested, like a dog returns to its own vomit in a sense.
The problem
a dog
is
also an unclean animal, right?
If the text was referring to animals that ate their feces, it could have just said so. It specifically describes animals that chew cud. And the problem with the apologetic that they're using is that it only works for, first of all, it doesn't work for rabbits, but it only addresses the rabbits. Rock badgers don't regurgitate, they don't chew cud, and they don't eat their feces. These are two animals that have very similar mouth motions when they eat. And because of the motions when they eat, people assumed that they chewed cud when they didn't, because they didn't understand biology.
So there's no way to say that translation that we use could be included, just undigested food that's re-eaten, and maybe that explains the problem.
No, that's why, if that's what it meant, they could have just put it in there. But that's not what they meant. They knew what chewing cud was.
Well, I don't know what someone 3,000 years ago thought, but okay.
But
And then I
also,
have another one.
but also, it doesn't address the rock badger. The rock badger doesn't eat their feces.
Well, I think in the King James it's a coney, but I don't know what a
It's,
coney is.
it's just
and I'm
another
looking
word
at
for the
Greek.
same animal.
So I don't know that. I'm not a biological scientist, but if that term were used just, hey, this animal that somehow goes back and re-eats its own food, but it doesn't have a cloven hoof, that just don't eat those. That's not, we're going to say that that's not healthy for you. And we're going to set you apart from the nations around you by having you not eat, these things. So that was the thought. Another contradiction that you came up with, which I thought was pretty interesting, was the difference of 7 years of famine and 3 years of famine in Second Samuel, right? So I went back and reread Second Samuel, and in Second Samuel, if you go back 2 chapters earlier,
Yeah,
I think it's
there was a
24.
3-year famine in chapter 21. I'm aware. And did you read the whole chapter and see where it ended?
So it's basically I read it. It said there had been a 3-year famine,
And then it
was
ended.
going on. Well, it said it was going on,
And then it ended.
because it was going on year to year.
And then it
Right?
ended after the 3rd year.
Where does it say that it ended?
In the same chapter, chapter 21.
So in the reading of it, it said this had been an ongoing year after year, 3-year famine.
Yep, for
And
3
then he
years.
decided to count, right? He decided to count the people. That took almost 10 months to count the people, right? There were some things that were going on.
You're stay in chapter 21. You're moving forward. You stay in chapter 21. What happens in chapter 21? First of all, let's get the actual context. Like, forget about the garbage apologetic you read. What is happening in chapter 21? Why is there a famine in the first place?
Because of some evil that Saul had done, apparently.
Exactly. He had a bunch of the Gibeonites killed, and according to the book of Joshua, they had a covenant that they wouldn't kill the Gibeonites. They would allow the Gibeonites to live in peace in the land, and Saul went back and killed the Gibeonites anyway. So God sent a famine. This is not just a happenstance situation. God himself sent the famine, and after the 3rd year, God answered David and said, this famine is because of what Saul did, and they come up with an agreement. In order to solve the problem, what we're going to do is we're going to have 7 members of Saul's household impaled on the mountain before the Lord as retribution for what happened, right? It says 7 of them were perished together, and they were put to death in the first day of the harvest at the beginning of the barley harvest. So at the beginning of the harvest, they killed these relatives of Saul. And then if you go a little bit further, after you get over the people weeping for the dead, says they buried the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan in the land of Benjamin in Zelah in the tomb of his father Kish, and they did all that the king commanded them. After that, God heeded the supplications for the land. And if you read the whole chapter, it rains again. God heeds the supplication of the land, and he ends the famine, because the famine was about what Saul did. The famine didn't stretch on past this event. This event was the solution to the famine.
Okay, so a barley harvest is in the fall, and then it rains, and then it's going to be another season and series, like basically a year before the next barley harvest, right?
Yeah, but the famine ended, is what I'm saying. God sent rain. He heeded the supplications of the land, which means the famine did not extend for another year or another 3 years or another 7 years. I already know this bad apologetic, Todd. I know it's new for you. It's not new for me. So what you're trying to say is that in the text in Samuel, when it says 7 years instead of 3 years, it's because, 7 plus the 3-year famine plus some amount of time, roughly a year between chapter 21 and chapter 24, we're just going to add all that together and it's going to be 7. That's a bad apologetic because the first famine ended.
Okay. So
it was already over.
I was reading it. I understand, but at the barley harvest, God sends rain, okay? And then it takes another 10 months to count the people if you move forward. And then he gets this punishment that says, okay, so you've had 3 years of official famine. It's rained. It's now coming back around to where the barley harvest is going to happen again, right? So you had another year without food. It's basically 4
No,
years.
we
You
don't
want
know
another
that.
3
We have
years.
no idea how much time passed between God ending the famine and the next one possibly coming.
That is true, because there are events that happen, but it does give the amount of time that it took to count the people, doesn't it? It's 9 months
Yeah, but we
and
don't
23
know
days or
the
something.
time period between the end of the famine and the starting of the census. We have no idea what the time period is.
Okay. So, but could it be true that if you added up the 4 years and 3 years, you got 7, and that
No.
could somehow assuage the difference, including the fact that the Septuagint
No,
says
because
3 years
we have
in that
no
passage?
idea how much time elapsed. You're just assuming that there's a year that elapsed between the end of this famine and the beginning of the next threat of famine. We have no idea how much time elapsed. It could have been less than a year. It could have been 5 years. We're not told.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I'm reading through it and I see there's a 3-year famine, and he breaks the famine at the end of the harvest, at the beginning of the harvest, which is obviously going to be a weak harvest. And then there's some other events that happen. He decides to count the people. It gives us a time of 9 months, almost 10 months. So if it was a flow, some could argue that, hey, it looks like this is a 4-year period. Do you want 3 more years of famine, which would total 7? And
Well,
then
he could have
Chronicles
said that. There's a way to say that in Hebrew. He could have said 3 more years of famine, 3 additional years. He could have used the word odd. He could have said that. He didn't say that. He didn't say a multiplication of the previous famine. He didn't say more years of famine. He said 3 or 7 years. So what you have to do to make this contradiction not a contradiction is you now have to write stuff into the text that's not there. Like you have to invent. The reality is this is a scribal error. The reason why this contradiction exists because at some point in time somebody fucked it up. It should have been a 3.
Is that why in the Septuagint it says 3, but in some of the other manuscripts it says 7?
We have no idea because there's lots of times when the Septuagint that we know for a fact went to the text as it was translating it and purposely changed it. The same way we find in Chronicles. When we read Chronicles, Chronicles is retelling most of what happens in Samuel and Kings, but it retells it in a light that's different. In Samuel, when it says that David killed 700 charioteers, you read it in Chronicles and he says, no, he killed 7,000 charioteers. You also find in Chronicles, you don't hear the bad stories of David. They leave the Bathsheba stuff out. They leave all kinds of stuff out that's embarrassing to him. They're whitewashing David's story in the book of Chronicles. And they're okay with that. This is the problem with biblical literalism is the ancient Jewish people didn't look at these texts as though they were inerrant. This is strictly a Christian problem. Jews don't have a problem with that. If you told a Jew and say, what the fuck's going on here? It says 7 here, it says 3 here. They're like, oh, someone got it fucking wrong. Not a big deal. I have never understand why Christians will get bent out of shape over contradictions.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think because the church at some point tried to make it more than it was and give divinity to the book instead of supposedly the divinity.
I agree. I agree with you, Todd. The only reason why people are married to biblical inerrancy is not because it makes sense. It's because they were told that it has to be this way. Now, the only problem you have is once you get rid of biblical inerrancy, that opens the door to, okay, well, if there are some mistakes in here, how can we know which parts are mistakes and which parts are not mistakes? And that's up to everyone to decide for themselves. Like, I can go into the Bible and show you all kinds of mistakes and why I don't think it should be trusted as a holy book. But even as a Christian, there was a time when I was a Christian, and most of the Christians I knew were okay with the understanding that the Bible wasn't inerrant, partially because I grew up going to a Catholic school and I understood, like, I already knew about the problems of the Bible. They fucking told us about it. But the Catholics also hold up church tradition, and they don't think that church tradition's perfect either. Like, no one's perfect but Jesus in the Catholic tradition, right? So, like, this idea that you have to have a perfect book or a perfect tradition doesn't make sense. You know, the mythology could still be true even without a perfect book. Do you know that, right?
Of course.
But the problem we
Yeah,
have in the modern time is that Christians, they're under this impression that the book must be word for word perfect or else none of it's true. That's not the case. Some of that book is true. Like some of the wars recorded in Kings, those wars really happened.
right. So, what's your thought on the idea that the contradictions or the tensions that are in this collection of scrolls that we have now, that are attributed to this divine writer or author, that the tensions that are in place are there to drive history in the direction that it needs to go so the ultimate fulfillment can come true? Does that make sense? Kind of like the fine tuning of the Big Bang gives us planets and gaseous giants and the entire periodic table, but something had to be said at the beginning so that the periodic table would develop the way it was supposed to.
I may
Where an
not
author might.
I may not know what you're driving at. So, for example,
So
like
for example, I'll give you an example, and this is one that really hit me hard before I started listening to you. There's a story, I think Paul, where he says this is or it was one of the gospels maybe. He goes, this is at the last supper, Jesus did this thing to show about the new covenant, and then he quoted Jeremiah 31, but at the last sentence he misquotes Jeremiah 31. Instead of saying, although I was a husband to you, which was what Jeremiah 31 says, oh, sorry. Instead of saying, although I was a husband to you, the person who's quoting it says, although you broke my covenant or something, right? And so that
mhm.
gave rise to the idea of Christian replacement theology, where Christians believe, hey, we're the new people of God, we're the new Jews in a sense, because the old covenant was done away with, and only people that follow the new covenant are going to be in heaven. So that one little contradiction or something drove society in a way that caused people to act and react certain ways so that the history can flow out the way it's supposed to in order for these ultimate fulfillment of these prophecies. Does that make sense? Like,
I guess I don't know what you're getting at. I mean, I think Jesus in the Bible does teach replacement theory. So he talks about this in his parables pretty extensively. But I don't know if that's an important topic. When it comes to the prophecies, like none of them got fulfilled in Jesus. Like, listen, if Jesus returns and he fulfills all the prophecies, great, fucking, I'll call him the Messiah. But until he does that, he's not the Messiah.
I think you're lining up with the Jews as well. They don't believe that he was the Messiah because the Messiah has to do these political things, right?
Because that's what the prophet said. If you just read the prophets and look at what they say is going to happen when the Messiah comes, Jesus didn't do any of it.
So here's a good example. The very last verse of the Old Testament. The very last verse of the Old Testament says, "In that day, Elijah will come, and he will turn the
Yeah,
hearts of the
Malachi
fathers
4,
back to the children." Right?
which didn't happen because in the day of John the Baptist, Jesus said the opposite is happening. He says he came to bring a sword to turn mother against daughter and father against son.
So the idea, what Jesus said, is that he said, "I tell you, Elijah will come." Still looking into the future, talking about that verse. But he said, "I also tell you that Elijah has come," and
Which is
whoever wrote that
nonsensical.
explained it as John the Baptist. Right?
Yeah. He says,
So
if you will
there's this.
accept it, it's John the Baptist.
Right. So the idea is that there's this threefold understanding of these writings that says there's a historical thing that happened, there was a messianic revealing of something where you had God, it was a very kind of a godly person was going to show up,
Why in
and
the
then there's
world
this
would I
future.
believe there's a threefold any fulfillment to a prophecy? That's a ridiculous notion. This is simply just a prophecy about what's going to happen at the end. He says Elijah's
But
going
we
to
haven't read,
return and he's going to turn
but we
the
have,
hearts of the children back to their parents, and that's it. You don't need three interpretations of this.
but we haven't had the end and great and terrible day of the Lord. We're still here. You and I are
I
still here,
know, because
right?
these prophecies will never come true. This is why this is the thing that drives me insane. Like a rational person is going to look at this prophecy and say, "Oh, this didn't come true because this isn't from God." Whereas a Christian will say, "Well, it can't fail, so now I'm going to ignore all the words and all the context and invent a new context for it and say that it came true some other way that's divorced from the context." You just got to be honest and admit this fucking thing didn't come true and it's never going to come true.
So right now, our culture in my world, everyone I know is worried about the end of the world. We're talking about Armageddon. We're talking about World War III.
And nobody in
All of
my
these
circle
things,
believes that.
right? So, well, we just saw, a foreign country get invaded by the United States, and we took their leader. So these are fears that people have.
I'm
If
aware.
Jesus comes out of the sky and he does proclaim himself to be God and he sets up righteousness and fulfills all these things, then the idea this Elijah from the past is going to come and be like a John the Baptist in the future and foretell of this coming of the second coming of Christ. It's that verse says he's either going to do it or there's going to be a curse on the land, which means whoever this Elijah person is going to have free will.
No,
to
he
do or
didn't
not
say
do
that.
it.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You're going into it and you're changing the words. It doesn't say that. What it says, it says, I will send you the prophet Elijah. First of all, it's not John the Baptist, by the way. It's Elijah. It says, I will send the prophet Elijah before the great and terrible day of the Lord comes. He will. He didn't say if. He says he will turn the hearts of the parents to their children and the hearts of the children to their parents so that I will not come and strike the land with a curse. He didn't say if. He says, this will happen so that I don't do this. There's no if in here.
So other translations say, or else the land will be struck with a curse. Are you using,
well, then,
which one are you using?
Then they shouldn't. I'm using the NRSV.
The NRSV. So I think the New American Standard and the NIV both use something different, like, or else the land will be stuck with a curse. It's like an either or, like if he doesn't do it, God will come and strike the land with a curse, right? That could be, there's some interpretive license or room there, right?
No. No, there's no if. There's no, not in Hebrew, not in English. There's no if in this sentence.
Okay. So there are other, like New American Standard, NIV, have it different. That says he's going to do this or the land will be struck with a curse, right?
I'm sure they do.
Okay.
Listen to the wording in every translation. I don't care which translation you say. He didn't say, I might or it might happen. He says, he will turn the hearts of the parents. This is a definitive statement about what's going to happen. He will turn the hearts of the parents to their children, the hearts of the children to their parents. This is not there's no if in here. There's no possibility of the contrary. He's saying this will happen. Why is it going to happen? Well, because if it doesn't happen, I'm going to curse the land. So he's saying this is going to happen.
Fair enough. That sounds like if it doesn't happen, the land's in trouble unless this guy comes and does his thing, right?
Wrong again, only if you ignore the first part of the sentence. The first part of the sentence says he will do it. He will is not an if statement.
That gives me a little hope too then. Thank you. Because I'm concerned because some of the readings I've had or read said something like, if we don't fix something, if we don't fix this and turn the hearts of the children back to the
You
Father,
said if. There's no if in the sentence.
Yeah, so
there's
like
no if here. This is a will, not an if.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. That's given me a lot more hope for that.
But John the Baptist didn't do it, which is why this is unrelated to John the Baptist.
But he was an archetype.
No, he's not.
He came in the spirit of Elijah, like Elisha.
No, he's not. There's no such thing. That's a nonsense thing that people have to make up because the prophecy isn't about you. You have to say, well, it's about him spiritually. What does it mean to do anything spiritually? What the fuck does that mean?
Okay, Santa Claus. I can come in the spirit of Santa and bring gifts to my friends, right? I'm not Santa Claus.
Yeah, exactly. It just means, hey, it's vaguely familiar. That's adorable. Listen, somebody can do something vaguely familiar to something in the Old Testament that doesn't make it a prophecy. I can do it. I've got a whole list of prophecies that are about me as long as I can ignore the context and it's only vaguely familiar. But you wouldn't accept it about me. Why would you accept it about Jesus or John the Baptist?
Because I think it's more than vaguely.
No,
but
it's not more than vaguely. Every time we go to a prophecy, you're going to tell me that it's not literally, he didn't literally do it, he spiritually did it. And that's a sign that it's not about him. That you have to say, no, it just kind of sounds like him a little bit.
I guess that does throw a lot of the baby out with the bathwater. If you say he
Yeah.
didn't ride in on town with a donkey, that was contrived. He didn't
No,
come.
I
He
didn't
said
say
he was gonna
that.
come. He
No,
wasn't born in
Zechariah 9 is not
Bethlehem.
about riding a donkey.
It says
Zechariah
your
9,
salvation will come in on a donkey.
listen, it didn't say that. Also, I rode a donkey. That doesn't mean that I fulfilled the prophecy. The prophecy is not just that a dude's going to ride a donkey. Anyone can do that. Riding a donkey is not special. It says, rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Point number one, this dude's going to be a real king. It says, triumphant and victorious is he, humble riding on a donkey, on the colt, the foal of a donkey. What does it mean to be a triumphant, victorious king? Well, he tells you, verse 10, he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. That's what it means to be a victorious king. Jesus didn't do any of that, which means he didn't fulfill this prophecy.
Well, I will give you something. I agree with you 100%. If Jesus doesn't come back and have a second coming, then he wasn't the Messiah. But like you, if he does, I will stand next to you and call him the king. If
All
he
right,
does.
we agree on that. If Jesus comes back and he fulfills all the messianic prophecies, we'll both admit that he's the Messiah. But until he does that, I have no reason to think that he's the Messiah.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I just want to let you know I appreciate you. You're causing me to think. You're causing us to dig deeper into our faith so that we do have a reason for the beliefs we have. And thank you. Thanks you once again for a good dialogue. I appreciate you.
Well, Todd, thanks for coming through. I wrote down both times we talked that you were nice because you're a nice guy. So thanks for being nice. All right, cheers, buddy.
Yeah, you don't know me so well.
It's okay.
Thanks.
I'm sure you're right. I was a little bit spicy on him. I think it's because I'm late. It's getting late and I'm tired. I didn't sleep too well the last couple of nights because I was sick. I'm feeling not sick finally, but I got to catch up on my sleep. I'm gonna read what's left of our super chat friends, and then I'm gonna call it a night, and we're gonna go raid somebody because I'm gonna be live again tomorrow. We got a hat trick 3 days in a row, friends. Ryan, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, would love a topic. Paul is a heretic. Ooh, it seems Christians don't know his hypocrisy and tend to follow him over Jeebus. Rock hard for Doug in Columbus. Thanks. Oh, fuck, Ryan. Okay. I might have something like that already on my list for new topics coming up. Give me a second. I think I've got something like that. The way I worded it was, Christians, why do you follow Paul, not Jesus? But you know what? I kind of like the wording of Paul was a heretic. Prove me wrong. I like that better, actually. I'll toy with both of them and see where we get. But yeah, I do like this idea. We have to make this a reality where we really put Paul against Jesus hardcore during a live stream. Absent-minded professors of Christian trolls like note. I'm sorry. Let me try that again. Christian trolls take note. There we go. Every time you waste my time, I will donate $5 to an atheist. Well done. Well done. Yes. I mean, listen, if they're going to waste their time trolling, we'll make it worth it, you know? And Jeff, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, do you find it humor? I'm sorry. I think the super chat kind of messed up some of the lettering. Says, do you find it humorous that the most powerful being screwed up so much? He's like, well, I guess I need to go down there myself. I mean, that is the case. And in fact, if you read like the parables that Jesus gives, there's the parable of the wicked tenant farmers, where basically in the analogy, he's like, listen, I sent my prophets, they fucking killed my prophets. He's like, finally I thought, well, here's my son, they'll at least listen to my son. And then they killed my fucking son, which is wild, because what that means is that in the parable, the God is not all knowing. by the way. Let me grab that. I think, was it Matthew 23? I think it might be Matthew 23. Let me see. Denouncing of the Pharisees. Lamentation. No, it might be Matthew 22 or 21. I know it's pretty close to the Olivet Discourse, isn't it? Jesus cleanses the temple, then the fig tree, and then the authority of Jesus question. Parable of the two sons. There we go. Chapter 21, the parable of the wicked tenants is where we're going to find it. And it's a wonderful parable, and it's also it emphasizes this idea of replacement theory, where God's like, fuck it, I'm going to replace these people. It says, listen to another parable. There was a landowner who planted a vineyard, put a fence around it, dug a wine press in it, and built a watchtower. He then leased it to tenants and went away. So this is a picture of what God did with the Israelites. God gave his law to the Israelites and then fucked off, right? It says, when the harvest time came, he sent his slaves to the tenants to collect the produce. The slaves are the prophets. But the tenants seized his slaves, beat one, killed another, and stoned another. Again, he sent other slaves, more than the first, and they treated them in the same way. Then he sent his son to them, saying, they will respect my son. But when the tenants saw the son, they said to themselves, this is the heir. Come, let's kill him and get his inheritance. So in the parable, God isn't even fucking all-knowing. And it says, so they seized him and threw him out of the vineyard and killed him. Now, when the owner of the vineyard comes, what will he do to those tenants? They said to them, well, he will put those wretches to a miserable death and lease the vineyard to other tenants who will give them the produce of the harvest time. Fucking get replaced. That's what's going to happen. They're going to get fucking replaced. So yeah, the replacement theory is pretty strong actually in the scripture, but also the parables are just fucking funny. I lost track. I got excited about that parable. I forgot what we were talking about, but thanks for the super chat. And Chris, thank you for your super chat. It says Jehovah's Witnesses are still a dangerous cult. My ex's older brother unalived himself because of it. Holy fucking shit. Sorry to hear that. Owen, who's on the line, has many horror stories too. Actually, I've been meaning, I need to talk to Owen. I am going to get Jimmy on sometime so we can talk about Mormonism. But yeah, I got to talk to these JWs and Mormons. Nadstat says, dude, what lisp? I don't hear it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I got to be honest. I do work hard to like maintain my pronunciation given my lisp. Now, my lisp could be a lot worse. I've met people with lisps way worse than mine. That being said, if you listen to me long enough, you'll catch it. Also, this microphone it's tuned to not get a lot of that lispy stuff. It does a really good de-essing on the tone, so you don't capture it quite as much with this microphone. And Zenarthron says here in Utah it's pronounced Arctic Circle. What is pronounced Arctic Circle? Did I miss something? Well, fuck. There's an Arctic Circle in Utah. I was unaware of this. I guess that's where Santa Claus lives, along with Mormon Jesus. Coco Fro, thank you for the super chat. Says it's me calling in with a quick thing. No long debate. Oh, it's you calling in. Well, unfortunately, I've got two people in the YouTube guest box. Neither one of them have cameras, and neither one of them put their names in. And I have no idea who you are, Coco. If you're in the guest box, I need you to like turn your camera on so I know which one you are, so I can bring you in. But I do see there are two people in the YouTube guest queue right now. Only one of them is actually fully loaded. One of them looks like they only got partially connected. In fact, one of them just dropped out. So I'll bring in the only one left in the queue, and we'll see if that's Coco. Welcome. Is this Coco?
Yes.
Hey, Coco, how you doing?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, that actually says Choco, bro.
Oh, Choco. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. My name shows up differently, I guess, depending on whether I'm on DC Debates or the other page, because it's Dominique. I've called once or twice.
Yeah, what's the
I'm
word,
cracking. Yeah, it's not just a quick question. Let's see. Sorry. Do you know of any in Numbers? Oh no, sorry. In Song of Solomon 5:5, do you know of any double innuendos in this verse.
I mean, there are a bunch. Now, I can hear the live stream playing in the background. Can you turn it down a little bit? Because
Sorry about that.
It's okay. I can hear it. Okay, so in the Song of Solomon, there's lots of sexual references, but they're like sexual metaphors, right? So in verse 5, it says, "I rose to open to my beloved, and my hands dripped with myrrh, my fingers with liquid myrrh upon the handles of the bolt." So this part, chapter 5, I'm not reading as a sexual reference. This is an actual encounter, or a possible encounter with the two people. It's hard to decipher sometimes because it's so vague. I heard one scholar once posit that the Song of Solomon were love letters that were written back and forth, eventually edited into a text. I don't know how much I believe about that, but the Song of Solomon, because it's so disjointed, it's hard to make out exactly who's speaking and when they're speaking. But it is sexually charged for sure. Like, if you want to read some steamy parts of the Bible, read Song of Solomon.
That's the reason I was actually asking. I thought I would call because someone gave another gift chat asking about abortion, Numbers 5, and I thought I would call in just to ask if you have ever read the book Eve's Herbs.
No.
I am reading it right now. I'm doing a personal research paper that I was inspired to write because it's such a frequently occurring discussion, and so it discusses contraceptives and abortions in the ancient world.
Oh shit! Look at that. Okay. By
And
John Riddle.
One of the most interesting things that I've read so far is that myrrh, one of the gifts popularly known given to Mary, was also an anti-fertility drug.
Oh, no fucking way.
Yes. And so the fact that Song of Solomon mentions it the most, it is sexually charged so often. That's why I'm like trying to look through Song of Solomon now and see if there are any double innuendos or mention of myrrh being used as contraceptive or an abortive. The term for something that induces an abortion is called an abortifacient.
Yeah, so it is possible. I would say this though, you do have to be careful with myrrh. So the tree resins, frankincense and myrrh and a few others, like what we get from the cedar tree, these resins were used a lot as body fragrances as well. So
right, yeah, understood. The book covers that. Okay, and it says especially amongst the Greeks and Romans, it was more popularly used for that. But like its second most popular thing that it was like known for was that it was an anti-fertility drug.
That's interesting. I'll have to check into that. This is new information for me. I just went to the Kindle store and got the Kindle edition of the book. I'll read up on it.
Okay. Yeah. And then right before I go, I just wanted to read two similarities because in Song of Solomon 1:13, there's a line that reads a lot like a line that a woman gave in an interview to the Inquisition during a court hearing in 1320, which is mentioned in the book. And it sounds very eerily similar. Oh. So in Song of Solomon 1:13, it says, "My beloved is to me a saget of myrrh that lies between my breasts." And then quoting her line in the book that she gave to the court, she said, "When he wished to ravish me, he carried with him the herb wrapped in linen cloth with a long string that he put around my neck and descended between my breasts. He always placed it like this when he wanted to make love to me, and it remained around my neck until he got up."
Interesting.
So I was like, that's, I just thought that was an interesting, the book doesn't suggest, it thinks it was more, it was a different herb, most likely colocynth, but the fact that multiple herbs were treated similarly throughout the book and they had different or similar prescriptions, I just thought that was an interesting, almost verbatim sort of.
You know, I appreciate the reference. I'm going to get the book and scan through it. It sounds actually really good. I've read about like possible contraceptives in the ancient world. I wasn't aware that myrrh was one of them. Now you've got my intrigue. I'll definitely give it a look this week and see if I can find anything interesting about it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, if you're interested, I think I have your email. I think we emailed once before when I'm done with my research paper. If you're interested in reading my conclusion,
Yeah, for
not
sure.
that we need too many more arguments on the subject, but I thought it would help contribute to the argument of like Numbers 5, because Christians like to argue that the Bible was not pro abortion or whatever, and it just seems like the information in this book might lean otherwise or support otherwise.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. And you also have to remember that like the lives of private people were not the same as we think in history. We think, well, the Jews had these laws and they must have followed these laws. No, like the ancient Jews were just like modern Christians today. They've got all this whole stuff of Christianity that they're supposed to be doing, and none of them are doing that shit. So, while we do have laws in the Hebrew Bible, I think the common Jewish person was just doing what was commonly done at that time period in their general vicinity. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, but
yeah, thanks for the reference. I appreciate that, man.
No problem. Have a good reading.
Thanks. Cheers.
All right. Cheers.
What a cool book. I can't believe no one's brought this up to me before. I got a copy on Kindle now. I'm going to give it a read. This is exciting. I love getting new references from history. Jeff says, "Where did you get Tooth Fairy Hell?" Hilarious. So, Jeff, this goes way back. Okay, this goes way back when I first started streaming. Before I had Doug. Okay, when I was only on TikTok, I wasn't on YouTube yet. When I first started streaming, and people would give me bad philosophical arguments for God, I would use the same philosophical arguments for the Tooth Fairy. And I would demonstrate to them, like, these are really bad fucking arguments because they can be used for the Tooth Fairy, a clearly fictional entity. And I had Tooth Fairy emojis that were popping up. I even had a Tooth Fairy account. I would like log in on an alternate phone under my Tooth Fairy account and be commenting in the fucking chat. And at some point in time, I started building Tooth Fairy lore. And so when I gave these bad philosophical arguments for the Tooth Fairy, I would add shit onto it. And just jokingly, I'd be like, if you don't believe in the Tooth Fairy, you're going to go to Tooth Fairy hell, where you have nothing to eat for all of eternity except for corn on the cob, and you have no teeth left because the Tooth Fairy took your teeth. So stuff like that. That's where Tooth Fairy hell came up with, because it was it's just one of those, I don't know, when I was early on doing my debates, it was just one way to kind of clown on some of the goofy, like dumb arguments that they were coming up with. If your argument can be used for the Tooth Fairy, then it certainly shouldn't be used for God. Watch Juan says, "What if there was a God, but he died?" So this is a really good theory. Jeff for Truth was the one that turned me on to this. And then after that, I think he might have got it first from Dave, the agnostic evangelist. But this was an interesting theory, because if there was a God that acted as a prime mover, but then it died because it wasn't eternal or something killed it, that would certainly fucking explain, like, for the people who believe that you need a prime mover, it would explain why there's a prime mover, but then all this bullshit is happening here. It explains the first event, and it also explains the current evil. You could also get an explanation through some kind of pantheistic view, but not really necessary. But yeah, it's an interesting view. Genji, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, "One thing biblical archaeology showed me is that there was a major difference between the way ordinary common people lived and practiced religion versus what the Hebrew Bible would like us to believe." And you nailed it, Genji. Like, if you look, there was a Judean temple in Arad that was uncovered. I think it's from the 9th century. So this is, probably during the reign of Solomon, or actually just a little bit after Solomon, during the divided monarchy. But this is still in Arad. It's in Judea. And what we find is inside of the temple, there were 2 standing stones, one male and one female. So even in Judea, the heart of Yahwism, we have temples devoted to Yahweh, where Yahweh still has a wife, where they're still doing some sort of pantheistic worship. So, I mean, what we learn from archaeology is that, like, this idea of like pure monotheism in the Bible, the way it's laid out and the way like we're kind of, it's told that it happened, isn't the way we find it in archaeology. at all. Archaeology paints a much different picture. Almost assuredly, Yahweh was part of a pantheon. We don't have definitive proof of that. But we have a lot of proof, or we have at least enough proof for it to be a good, plausible theory. Is it proven? Maybe not proven, but I mean, I think eventually it will be, the more evidence we get. Okay, now with that, let's see who's live right now that we can go raid, because it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to get to bed on time. I'm not going to be staying up late tonight. It looks like the late night show on the line already ended. Bunch of slackers. All right, let me see who else is live right now. Is Thinker live? Who's live right now? Someone's got to be live. Let's see. Sure, I'm live. Oh, we invaded fucking Venezuela. I learned just right now. Great. Love that. Love to learn right now in the middle of live stream that we invaded Venezuela. That's fucking amazing. Love that. Okay, who's live on TikTok right now? We're gonna send people to 2 different destinations. On YouTube, I'm gonna send you all to my friend Taco's live stream. Taco is doing a bloodbath debate. He's got multiple people up on atheism. He says, "Does God exist?" Open panel debate and bloodbath call-in debate show. And then on TikTok, because he's not on TikTok, we got to find somebody on TikTok to send somebody to. So y'all go over to he changed the name of the channel. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. Taco changed his channel to @MegaBloodbath. That's the new name of the debate channel. Make sure you're running over to @MegaBloodbath and let them know that Justin sent you. Now, Mama Bash is live, I'm seeing on TikTok right now. So listen, everybody, and fuck, I'll go over and join the panel if Mama Bash is live. Let's all go over to Mama Bash's place on TikTok and tell her Justin sent you. And we got one more super chat as we're ending. Let me grab that real quick. From Penguins. It's from Juju Penguins. Good to see you, friend. Says, God has died and his death was the life of the world. Philip Mainlander from the Philip C. of Redemption, one of my favorite books. I've never heard of it. Interesting. I mean, it does bring up a question. Like, if God does exist, could a God die? Is it entailed that a God would be immortal? Because, listen, if the Bible is true, that means Psalm 82 is true. And in Psalm 82, there are gods that are very much fucking going to die. Let me read it for you. In Psalm 82, God is judging the other deities in charge of the nations. And in the very end of it, he says, "I say that you are gods, children of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, you shall die like mortals." So apparently, according to the Bible, gods can die. They'll die. It can happen, right? Anyways, guys, I'm going to go over, chill with Mama Bash. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate everyone being here on a Sunday. I had a great time. We're going to be live again tomorrow. And who are we rating? Moon, we are rating Mama Bash on TikTok. And we're rating Mega Bloodbath on YouTube. Love y'all. We'll see you again tomorrow.